Armchair.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair quarterbacks live 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th right here on Braves Country HD 99.1 FM WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair quarterback, the All-American man.
Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes, not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record, pure gold. His courage, pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine.
Armchair
presents the world's first star in your own radio commercial. Okay, guys, whenever you hear this sound, insert your name.
Hi there.
Braves country.
Sorry I'm late. Sometimes there just aren't enough hours in the day to be a neurosurgeon and a swimwear model. Oh, am I thirsty? How about it?
Braves country.
Got anything tall and cool? Oh, those.
Braves country.
You are so thoughtful. But of course,
Braves country.
the first choice for every occasion. You know, I have a confession to make. If I ever had a son, I'd want to name him
Braves country.
Oh,
Braves country.
come here. Now.
Braves country. Braves country. Braves country.
Well, you did very well in your first commercial.
Braves country.
Have a
Braves country.
You've earned it.
Armchair.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer curled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped, "That ain't my style," said Casey. "Strike one," the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. "Kill him! Kill the umpire!" shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With a smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner. Hey, Braves Country! Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
You're in Braves Country.
Good morning, Braves Country. After the fallout of the lack of the trade deadline, lack of the MLB trade deadline, I guess I should say, has fallen. Not a whole lot of moving and shaking from any teams. You had a couple of them. I don't really look at Verlander to the Astros being that ground shaking because he's been there for years. He just took I look at it as he took about a 4-month vacation to New York and now he's back. The other thing is the Braves, in case you might have missed it, might have been busy last night, whatever. We did get the win last night, 5-1 over the Angels. We'll get into that one second. I did want to play you a couple of the excerpts of the Braves game from yesterday, the interviews, and then we will get into everything else. And we got clips about that, reactions from that here in 1 second. So to get us started, here is a clip of Michael Harris II. Let's go ahead and get last night out of the way, and then we'll go from here.
Watch here with Money Mike, who was absolutely money tonight. Your 3rd career multi-home run game. Both of those coming on the breaking ball. What is it about the breaking ball?
I guess I was just seeing it well tonight and staying behind it and just trying to drive it. So, yeah, I guess it was a good pitch for me to hit tonight, and I'm glad it worked.
Yeah, it worked, and then you look over here, you see all your guys flapping your wings. Usually you're the one doing that. How did it feel to see your teammates doing that for you?
Yeah, it's been a while since it was done for me, so I'm just glad tonight was a night, and I guess we got the win out of it. So
Got the win. Spencer Strider comes out here, gets you guys into the 7th inning. He gets his 200th career strikeout, or 200th strikeout of the season against Shohei Ohtani. Just what did you think about his performance tonight?
he's just, I mean, he's incredible. He comes out here every night, and I guess, I don't know, it feels like he gets 9 or 10 strikeouts every time he comes out. And he's just dominating every lineup, and we're just behind them trying to play the most defense we can when they do hit it. So he's phenomenal, and I'm just glad to have him as one of my starting pitchers.
What do you think about the energy here?
The energy here is always great. I mean, it's always sold out or almost sold out, no matter the time. Remember, we had a 11:30 game sold out, and it was loud. So yeah, so this fan base is amazing, and I love playing in front of them.
Money Mike, congrats on the win. Congrats on the multi.
Okay, there we go. Man, some of the dopey questions that they ask. it's so I listen to them every night so that I can get excerpts for the show and whatnot. So someone who doesn't listen to it every single night probably doesn't have the same reaction. But some of those questions, they are literally regurgitated night after night. If I had a nickel every time the sideline reporter, I forget her name because they've changed them so many times, even this year. If I had a nickel every single time that she said, "What do you think about the energy?" It's like, what do you think he's going to say? "Oh, this crowd sucks. They need to wake up." Or, "Oh, man, they were too aggressive. I wish they'd dial back." What do you think? Come on. Anyways, Harris had a big night last night. If you missed the game, 2 home runs. He was our player of the game for obvious reasons. He had 2 RBIs, both of them solo shots. You can put a very, very close second to Orlando Arcia, because Orlando Arcia had the big 2-run jack that really busted the game open. And I mean, that was a missile that went over the wall. Spencer Strider, 6 2/3, 9 strikeouts, earned run, 2 walks allowed. And then Jimenez came in a big spot where we needed to slam the door, because once again, they left Strider out there too damn long. It's kind of funny during the game. I'm bringing it up. Hopefully we don't see him out there for the 7th. It's going to happen again every single time. Sure enough, they run him back out there for the damn 9th inning. Man, I'm hoping is eventually they get their heads out of their rears. And as we approach October, let's get used to the fact that once he's up around that 90 plus to 100 range and it's about to start a new inning, get him the hell out of there. There's no sense in it. You're wearing him down. You are increasing the chance of an injury. And for what? What exactly? He's going to lead the majors in strikeouts. That's a given. He's probably going to win the Cy Young unless you keep screwing with him and it blows up his ERA. We went into that final inning going into the top of the 7th. He was at 96 pitches and they let him back out there. What, you think he's going to get a 3 or 4 pitch inning? Get him the hell out of there. We know as it goes on and on and on, as Strider goes through the lineup and they see him more and more and more, he becomes more hittable because he really only has 2 dominant pitches. He's got the 3rd that he tries to lean on with the changeup, and it is getting better. I will say that. But let's be real. He doesn't have this big repertoire that he can lean on and go, "Oh, I haven't seen that pitch yet." They've seen the fastball, they've seen the slider, they've seen the fastball. They've seen it in, they've seen it out. Because he's so unbelievably talented and the ball comes out of his arm, it's hard to pick it up at the beginning of the game. But after they've seen it a couple of times through, it becomes easier to pick up, and they leave him out there. Last night gave him 110 pitches. No damn point in that. Not in today's game. Next thing you know, he's going to be skipping a couple of starts, and it's the same damn thing that they did to him last year where his arm gave out, and he didn't pitch the last few weeks of the season, the regular season, and then when they rushed him back out there because they had to because of the playoffs, he wasn't worth the crap. He went through the Philadelphia series. He looked phenomenal the first time through the lineup. The second time, you could tell he'd hit a wall, and they still left him out there. I'm getting sick and tired of them not getting their heads out of their asses. It is Spencer Strider. We know what he is at this point in his career. He's elite, But once you get him through that lineup a few times, you need to make sure that he doesn't see the 7th inning. Brian Snitker, all in all, is a phenomenal coach. But Brian Snitker, this is not 1974. You can't send the guy back out there to try to push a complete game, especially at this stage in his career where his repertoire is. All right, and rant. I had to get that off my chest. Okay, AJ Minter came in after Jimenez did a phenomenal job with 2 on and 2 out, and he got the out. AJ Minter came in, gave up the 1 hit, but all in all, a very, very clean 8th inning. And then Iglesias, they already had him up warming up, so they went ahead and let him go ahead and pitch. He'll probably be available today, and we've got an off day tomorrow. So no harm, no foul. He came in. I was very impressed that he had a clean inning in a non-save situation. We talked about it during the broadcast, but I love that because some of these closers, you'll see them come out, and if it's not up for a save, it's almost like they just screw around until it becomes more important. And he went out. He got the 1 strikeout. He threw 6 pitches. 6 pitches and got the W. So there you have that. That's put a wrap on the game. This is Brian Snitker's comments.
He's been very impressive ever since he's been here to me. I mean, last year, just how he did things and the year he had, and this year, how he's kind of picked it right up. In his first full year as a starter, I've been impressed from the day one when I saw the guy.
How about Michael? He's talked about him came out of the funk that he had after the injuries. What he's done for, I guess, almost 2 months now.
Yeah, it's been pretty good.
Both sides of the ball, he's playing like you expected after last year.
Yeah.
When you have Arcia that hits a home run, Money Mike that hits a home run, and then the visiting pitcher has to take on Ronald Acuna Jr. I mean, how?
And that's been a big part of our success. I think that bottom half of our lineup, or third, has been really, really good. And they put a lot of pressure on the opposition, like I say, and then all of a sudden that thing rolls back around. Those guys, that's huge. I say that's been a big part of our success with those guys.
Just knowing this is the team that you're going to have now, the trade deadline's done, how much confidence do you have in this?
No, I had a lot before. I mean, it's great when we go out and add guys, but I thought, you know what, I said that last week or 2 weeks ago. I really like that team that's in there now. And if they want to add some things, that's great. But I'm not, going to pound the table or whatever, demand anything, because I like our team the way it was and really like it now. We're going to get another really good reliever tomorrow.
Michael Harris became the 9th Braver to hit 10 or more home runs during this season. How nice is it to get this sort of production from 9 different guys in your lineup?
No, it's awesome. I mean, like I say, it's kind of key to our success is everybody contributing, and they have to a man. So it's been really good. Its lineup's really deep. It's powerful, and it's awesome to see, his second year, and now they got video on him and they're game planning on him, and to see how he's responding has been very, very impressive.
So there was Snitker on that. And look, once again, I like Snitker a lot. It took a while for him to grow on me, but all in all, I can't complain about what Brian Snitker does. And maybe it's the analytics team that's leaning on him. I don't know. But the man doesn't need to see 110 pitches, especially when the game is that tight and we easily could have lost the damn thing when you've got Joe Jimenez, who has just been lights out. By the way, he won the best reliever award in the month of July. You've got him warming up the pen. Bring him in. Slam the door. It should be 7, 8, 9. Boom, 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 boom. Let's go. Let's not even give them a chance to breathe. Now, it gets overshadowed because of the home runs, but there you have that. So to put a cap on that, Braves won at 5-1. The Braves at the trading deadline did a little to help themselves. I think it's more strategic, and it's not the stuff that's going to jump off the page. I do like the additions, but I would be lying if I said I wouldn't have liked to seen a little more, considering this team has a chance to go for it and win the whole damn thing. A part of your ability to win it is to stay healthy, right? A part of your ability to win the whole thing is to be able to go to the post every single game into October. On paper, this team seems fine, but I would have liked to have seen a little more reassurance. I would have liked to have seen someone added. I would have liked to have seen an Erod. He said he wanted to stay on the East Coast. Maybe he would have taken a trade to Atlanta. Maybe he wouldn't have. I would have liked to have seen them go a little more all in and secure up the future for next year as well with Dylan Cease. You could really make a run. Not only this year, but you would have them for next year as well. I would have loved to have seen them put their chips in and give a couple of young arms to the Pirates for Keller, though I didn't think that was I don't think he was ever really on the trading block this summer. I think he will be in the winter, and that'll be interesting to see if Atlanta goes after him. Because I'm going to call my shot right now. This offseason, Atlanta's going to go after someone like a Keller with controllable interest as they move Max Fried, who will have 1 year left on their deal, as they move Mike Soroka, who has 1 year left on his deal, and 1 year of control left. So I believe that both those guys are going to be gone by next year. I would maybe Atlanta goes, screw it, we're going to try to run it back, and we want Max Fried to be there. But if they can find a way to get something very close to, and I'm not talking about in the same deal, but if they think that they could bring in a Dylan Cease, a Mitch Keller, et cetera, and move Fried, I could see that very much happening. Soroka, they might hold on to him, but honestly, what the hell are we holding on to? He hasn't been it. He has not been it. He's got 1 year left on his deal. I believe that he's, first of all, his velocity's down. He doesn't have the same stuff. He changes delivery because of the injury, and it hasn't been the dominating stuff. So won't go on and on about that. I know a lot of folks love Soroka, and there's still a warm place in my heart for him. Don't get me wrong. I wish him well, but I would be more willing to go after Soroka and try to extend him if we were the 2018 Braves, the 2017 Braves, a team that just looking for a guy like Soroka who would be good enough to be your 2 or 3. Right now, we have much higher aspirations, and you can't put him out there on the bump every day and look at Ronald Acuna Jr., Matt Olson, Austin Riley, Michael Harris, Ozzie Albies. The list goes on and on and on. You can't look them in the eye and go, we're really going for it if Soroka's on the mound. So I would have liked to have seen them make some moves. I would have liked to have seen another starting pitcher, preferably a controllable starting pitcher into next year and beyond, possibly beyond. But I would have been okay with them doing a rental with Erod if Erod was legitimately okay with staying on the East Coast and going to a contender. I believe Erod is more about not pitching in the postseason. I think Erod's about Erod. After reading these tea leaves, I think I said it yesterday, but I'll repeat myself. I believe that he is looking at the upcoming free agency. He wants to go to the finish line, be healthy, not pitch an extra several games that he gets nothing financially out of. And I think Erod's about Erod. He's going to make that one. He's going to make that one last push. And buyer beware on a guy like that who doesn't want to win. Nothing against it realistically. You look at it from his side, I get it. But I don't know if that's what you want. I'm not convinced that that's what I would want if I were a general manager of a team, to go lock up a guy like Erod for 4 or 5 years, whatever he's going to be asking for. I think his asking price is going to be higher than what he's actually worth, and hope that he's going to bring that same kind of bulldog mentality that you kind of need to be able to go win it all. But what the Braves did bring in is we brought in Brad Hand, a good lefty piece. He's really a guy, you look at his splits, he is much more devastating against left-handers. So what does that mean? So in other words, he's not an AJ Minter who is lethal on both sides of the plate. He's not a Dylan Lee that you can really go to the post and say, all right, let's rock and roll. We're not scared. We'll put Lee in against your badass lefty, and he can stay in there and rock it with the next two righties, and we're not worried about it. He's really more of a guy in the postseason where I think you'll see this quite a bit. Most teams don't put back-to-back left-handers in. That's very rare. So let's talk about a scenario where you're in the postseason, and we'll see it unfold here in the regular season, but more so in the postseason, because they'll probably let him start a lot of innings in the regular season because of the big lead in the division. But let's say we're in the regular season, or excuse me, postseason, and the Braves have worked themselves into a mess. They've left Strider out there too long. They've left whoever out there too long. And there's runners on first and second. There's 2 outs. And our opponent's big left-handed bat is at the plate. That's when they're going to go grab Hand. That's going to be a bit of a roll of the dice, because if he doesn't get him, and then Hand has to face the next 2 batters who could be right-handed and who could be very good right-handed batters, that's going to be the iffy problem. His splits are so much more devastating against left-handers because, and you'll see it if you're not familiar with him, you'll see it when he makes his first appearance. His left-handed delivery almost comes from the dugout. Big, tall left-hander and just kind of slingshots the ball. And so if you're standing there as a left-hander, that ball almost comes out from behind your ear. So it's very difficult to pick up. Right-handers are going to see him all day long. And what used to make him devastating is he had a little more velocity. He's on the backside of 30 now, right? But he had a little more velocity, and the velocity that he had would make you have to cheat. And he had this really sharp sinking slider in on towards your ankles on right-handed hitters. Nowadays, velocity, still good velocity, but it's just not the elite that he had. And it makes the slider not as sharp, not as devastating. With that being said, he's still an upgrade compared to what we had he's much better than what we had with Taylor Hearn, right? He's much better than other guys that we've seen make their appearances. A Derek Rodriguez, right? So he is an upgrade. And you look at the Atlanta Braves roster right now, and let's be honest, the Braves pitching staff, if healthy, and that's the big if, and that's the thing that worries me the most, but if healthy, the Atlanta Braves have a deep, deep roster. You could argue it's the best in baseball. It's the deepest in baseball. The only thing that we have concerns with as Braves fans is we've seen this team struggle to stay healthy. And so what is it going to look like, right? What is it going to look like going forward? Because if you look at the 40-man roster right now, you've got guys that they're not willing to dump off the 40-man roster because of injury. And I'll give you an example. Currently, right now, Ian Anderson is on the 40-man roster. So when you make these trades, you're going to have to realize as you move guys up and down off the roster, there's other moves that will be coming. I'm going to give you a handful of guys who are currently on our 40-man roster that you may not have thought about, and you wonder, What do they do with them with the long-term injuries? Huascar Ynoa, Ian Anderson, Tyler Matzik. These are not automatic guys that you know are going to come back to the Braves organization, because there could become a point. Colby Allard. These could be really tough decisions that they have to make down the road. But as of right now, for this year, they're probably safe. But looking at the roster for right now, what we have, the active roster, this bullpen's pretty darn good. We got Yanni Chirinos pitching today. It's really an opener's role. We saw what he is. He throws low 90 fastball. He has a off-speed pitch that if it's locating well, it's a pretty good pitch. If it's not, it's going to get hammered. I'll be interested to see what he does against this Angels offense. This Angels offense is good. We've seen it. Strider did an incredible job last night to shut them down. I'm expecting a high-scoring game today. More on that in a second. But you look at how this Braves bullpen looks right now, and this is before Dylan Lee comes back and before Jesse Chavez comes back, right? But right now, with their starting rotation of Strider, Morton, Elder, and it should be Max Fried by Friday. If you work backwards and you look at what would be typically an 8-man bullpen, if Iglesias is your closer, AJ Minter is your lefty setup, and probably at this point, Ben Heller is your righty setup, although Joe Jimenez really, to me, seems like he's taking that role over. So let's go ahead and make that argument. Let's say Jimenez is righty, Minter is the lefty, and then so working backwards from that, in the 7th inning per se, you're looking at Heller. I know he had a rough outing last week, but all in all, he's been phenomenal. But you're looking at Heller. You're looking at, I believe, Pierce Johnson's got some good stuff. Brad Hand now comes into the mix. They're going to keep Colin McHugh because he is a great guy to put in the 5th and 6th inning when things are rocky, and he can go out there and give you 2, sometimes even close to 3 innings. The big question is going to be when these other guys come back, does Michael Tonkin make the cut? Probably not. You normally see him in the 4th, 5th inning when the starter hasn't made it and they need him to stretch. I like Tonkin. I like what he gives to us, but I don't know if he's going to be there in October. You have a different mindset in October. You have a couple other guys there that, the Kirby Yates has pitched pretty well, and they like him a lot. So he'll probably hang on. It's going to be interesting because when you get to October, and let's assume that the Braves, with the best record in baseball right now, get the first round bye. They should. We're talking about a 5-game series. And in a 5-game series, at the very most, you're carrying 4 starters. A lot of times, teams, including the Braves, like to carry 3. I don't like it. I'd rather roll 4. As deep as the Braves rotation is, I'd rather have 4 guys healthy as hell and let's go, right? I would much rather see that. I'm not a fan of these. Every time you see it in the postseason, when a guy goes on short rest, they always end up spitting the bit. They'll go out there, they'll make it through the first way through the lineup, fine. They'll struggle and fight to get to the lineup the second time. And then you're yanking them at like the 4th inning. And I do not like the short rest. It doesn't work. It's never worked. You'll see the numbers in the postseason when October rolls around. It'll be something insane. Like guys on short rests are like 32 and 94 with a 6 ERA or whatever the hell. It's always something outlandish. You're like, why the hell are you trying it? So I would prefer that the Braves go into October with the 4-man rotation. At this point, I have to work on the assumption Kyle Wright's not going to be there. but I do believe he probably will be. So let's say he's not there for the first round. You're going to set your rotation up as Fried to Strider, and they'll probably go Charlie Morton. But I'm telling you right now, I would feel a hell of a lot better with Bryce Elder. Charlie Morton is still a very good pitcher. And I don't hate the fact that he's on the roster. I know some of these psychotic Braves fans want to, get rid of him, et cetera, et cetera. The guy is a very good pitcher. He's got the veteran leadership. He's very consistent when he goes out there. Sometimes he spends a gem. Sometimes he gets knocked around a little bit, but he fights. You take the example of Monday night's game against the Angels. You would have thought on social media later on that night, the next morning, that he got absolutely lambasted. He pitched a quality start. He went 6 and gave up 3. That's supposed to give you an opportunity to win the ball game. The Braves bats didn't show up. So I do like Charlie Morton, but I just think Bryce Elder has earned the right at this point as an all-star, very consistent pitcher all year long. Yeah, he's had a couple of bad outings, but who the hell hasn't? I would set it up as Fried to Strider to Elder. If Kyle Wright comes back and he's pitching well, I wouldn't mind seeing a situation where you put Wright on the roster and Charlie Morton is your extra guy, because he does have bullpen experience, which would be, imagine that coming out of your bullpen, Charlie freaking Morton coming out of the bullpen. That's what you have to deal with. One of your starters gets banged around a little bit and it's a higher scoring game, and here comes Morton walking out of the pen in the 4th inning, the 5th inning, and he just goes out there and shuts you, goes out there and shoots about 4 scoreless. Would love that idea. So how good is this bullpen going to be? It should be, if healthy, as good as, if not better than, anybody in October. The offense, I don't think they could have done much to help the offense. I would have loved to seen an extra piece off the bench that's better than Nicky Lopez. But I really don't think look, here's what they're thinking. If there's a bad injury that happens to one of our middle infielders, Nicky Lopez isn't getting the starts anyways. They're going to roll with Vaughn Grissom. Vaughn Grissom's tearing the cover off the ball. They'll try to figure out shortstop. I don't know if they would put Vaughn over at short and hope for the best, or if they would say, you know what, Ozzie, we trust you a little more. You don't have the strongest arm, but go get it, and put Grissom at second. But that would be the game plan. Nicky Lopez's bat's not scaring anybody. Nicky Lopez is literally there. He's a good base runner, good glove. And from everything I understand, he's going to fit in well in the clubhouse. So that's what he's there for. He's almost like our panda. You don't really want to see him on the field. But, you're pulling for him to get a ring. The catcher position, loaded. If we had any kind of bumps or bruises, we still have Chadwick Tromp. So you couldn't have improved there. The outfield, I like our outfield. I would prefer to see more platooning. You saw it last night. He didn't get a hit, but still. Baseball is a hell of a hard sport to play. Can't expect a guy to come off the damn bench and go for 3 for 3. Pilar defensively greater than Rosario. And right now, the way our outfield shapes up, it's Acuna, Harris, Pilar, Rosario, and Forrest Wall is on the roster, though they've got coming back as Hilliard. He just started his rehab assignment. So Hilliard gives you a little better bat, a little better defense, but I'm telling you, Forrest Wall is going to be a weapon come October. We saw him, his first 2 pitches that he was in the game as a pinch runner, up in Milwaukee. He stole 2 bases. Now, he got thrown out later in the series, but Forrest Wall can absolutely fly, and that's what you're going to want from a guy off the bench. So we're going to see him on the playoff roster. I guarantee it. Sam Hilliard's a guy that you're going to keep ready for if there's an injury, you pull him up off the taxi squad, but he won't be on your everyday roster in the playoffs. We'll talk more about the playoff roster going forward, but I just wanted to kind of give you an idea of what the team is going to look like come October, assuming health. Today, we have what is going to be a pretty tough game. Looking at today's game, it'll be Lucas Giolito on the hill for the Angels, and he's coming in with a 6-7, 3.85 ERA, 1.23 WHIP, and it'll be Yanni Chirinos. We already saw what he's about. He's a reliever at this stage in his career. He's going to be a reliever. He's going to be a long reliever from someone. I don't know how long he'll be on the team. This may be the last time we see Chirinos. When you consider all the other guys that are coming around, the Braves are eating innings at this point. They've got a huge lead. They're going to try to win the game, don't get me wrong, but they're eating innings, and Yanni Chirinos doesn't blow you away. He is a junk ball pitcher. He is a guy at this point in his career, he's trying to induce ground outs. This is a dangerous lineup for the Angels for one to be trying to do that. But we are where we are, right? And I think the Braves are going to have to score to win this game. Giolito can be gotten. Giolito, look, he's got good stuff. And last year he had a very good year. The year before, not so much. But when you look at Lucas Giolito and what he has done, really what jumps off the page for you is how inconsistent he's been. So what are we going to get today? Now, last week his debut for the Angels wasn't terrible. He was in Toronto, a very good offense, 5 1/3, 3 earned runs. Prior to that, a very blah offense as we saw with Minnesota, 5 and gave up no earned runs. But then another not so good offense in New York against the Mets, 3 2/3 and 8 earned runs. Gave up 3 homers. He gives up the home run ball. Even with the 5 1/3 against Toronto, he gave up 2 dingers. He went up against the Cardinals, who not that great, 7 and 2 earned runs. And then prior to that, he went up against Toronto in early July, actually 4th of July, in 6 innings and 2 earned runs. But in his last 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 outings, he's given up 6 home runs. So I think the Braves are going to get to him. You go just a touch back farther than that. I usually don't go much further than that, but just give you an idea of what this guy's been doing. He will go normally about 5 innings, give up about 3 runs, and that's about where you're at. Sometimes 4, sometimes a little more. Sometimes he's on it and he can keep you down. I think the Braves will score. Really looking at what he's done in recent memory. So we'll say the beginning of June. He shut down the Yankees. The Yankees offense sucks. He shut down the Marlins. The Marlins offense sucks. He pitched well against Seattle. Their offense stinks. He pitched very well against the Red Sox. The Red Sox offense is very up and down. I don't know where they were at that point, but give him credit there. But he got hammered by the Angels. He got slapped around by the Mets. So you see where this is going. He's a guy that I think the Braves can get to. His strikeout totals can be high. Sometimes he's out there whiffing. The Braves don't strike out a lot, and he gives up the home run ball. So give me the Atlanta Braves to win this game in a game where they are a little bit of a moderate favorite today because of our pitching situation. Yanni Chirinos going to the mound, so I expect it to be a high-scoring game. I believe the over-under, last time I looked, was 10. Yeah, it's 10. So I don't think this is going to, even though we normally get low-scoring games during the day, I'm going to go ahead and say, you know what? They're going to bang today. They're going to get to them. Let's get it. Let's get the win. I don't think it'll be a low-scoring game like we normally see because of the really questionable starting pitching we're seeing on both sides. So give me the Braves in a shootout. Give me the Braves to win 9-5. It'll take them a while to get going, but once they do, if they can get into that Angels bullpen, especially the front end of their bullpen that is much lesser than the back of their bullpen, a guy like Jacob Webb is probably not even available today. He pitched well against us until he gave it the bomb, but he went with 2 innings yesterday. So give me the Braves to win 9-5. My pick to click today, as I look at the Atlanta lineup, let me go. Man, he really seems like. So we've got 3 guys tied for 24 home runs at our 1-2-3 slot. Acuna, Ozzie, and Riley. And Riley is really the one that's swinging the ball the best. I was swinging the bat the best out of those 3 right now. And I expect us to get at least 2 home runs today. By the way, I can almost go ahead and tell you Matt Olson's going to hit one, but I felt like that's too low-hanging fruit. Let me get on a day where the ball's going to be flying. I think Ronald Acuna Jr. makes a difference today. I think he bangs one. He gets at least 2 bases. I think he gets a stolen base today. And the Braves win at 9-5. Pick to click, Ronald Acuna Jr. Maybe even get one out of the park. All right, let's go ahead and take a quick break. When we come back, the Braves lineup and the national anthem and all that jazz. Braves versus Angels on the way.
You can't drink like me. You can't smoke like me. So don't try and be like me. Let's party together.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
If baseball is about caring, about loyalty and rivalry.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship.
There's a very peaceful thing. It was created and played in pastures and meadows. There's grass, there's outdoors, there's everything that people thought was American and feel about America. You get in a ballpark, and it's the wonder of walking through that dark tunnel and seeing a huge open space where men play the little boy's game.
I believe in the Church of Baseball. I've tried all the major religions and most of the minor ones. I know things. For instance, there are 108 beads in a Catholic rosary, and there are 108 stitches in a baseball. I prefer metaphysics to theology. You see, there's no guilt in baseball, and it's never boring. It's a long season, and you gotta trust it. I've tried them all, I really have. And the only church that truly feeds the soul day in, day out is the Church of Baseball.
Touch them all, Joe. You'll never hit a bigger home run in your life.
A room in right center. If he hits one there, we can dance in the streets. The 2-1. Swung line drive, let's see it. 1 run is in. Here comes Brave. Here's the throw to the plate. He is safe. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win. Braves win.
You're in Braves country.
We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop all throughout Braves country. Pop that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all.
Oh, say can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose what stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight For the ramparts we once were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Play ball! Hey, howdy, hi, and how the hell are you? Pull up an armchair, girls and boys, and join us for Braves Country Baseball. We are live, and the scene is Truist Park in Atlanta, Georgia, where we're set to bring you pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. Here are your starting lineups for today's action. Leading off for the Los Angeles Angels, playing second base, batting .230 on the year with 10 home runs, 33 RBI, Luis Rengifo. Batting second, the designated hitter, Shohei Ohtani, leading the major leagues with 39 home runs and 81 RBI. 13 stolen bases, batting .304. Batting third, playing first, CJ Cron with 11 home runs, 33 RBI, batting .259. Randall Grichuk is in left field and batting cleanup with 9 homers, 28 RBI, 2 stolen bases, and a .310 average. Hunter Renfroe is batting fifth in right field with 17 homers, 47 RBI, batting .251. Batting .237 on the year and playing third base, it's Eduardo Escobar. The former New York Met has 5 home runs, 24 RBI, and 2 stolen bases. Nito is at short with 8 homers, 29 RBI through 217 at-bats, batting .244, 5 stolen bases. Chris Wallach is back behind the plate with 7 homers, 13 RBI, batting .216. And Adams is in center field, batting ninth, making his debut. On the mound for the Los Angeles Angels, it's Lucas Giolito, 6-7 with a 3.85 ERA, 1.23 whip, 126 and a third innings pitched, 112 hits allowed, 136 strikeouts, 43 walks, and 22 home runs given up. Yanni Chirinos is 4-4 with a 4.34 ERA, 1.28 whip. Through 66 and a third innings, has given up 64 hits. He's gotten 33 strikeouts, given up 21 walks and 10 home runs. Backing him up and going to bat at the bottom of the first inning, your Atlanta Braves. Leading off and playing right field, it's Ronald Acuna Jr., 24 homers, 61 RBI, 51 stolen bases, batting .331. Ozzie Albies, batting second, playing second, 24 homers, 74 RBI, 7 stolen bases, batting .256. Austin Riley, 24 home runs, 64 RBI, 2 stolen bases, batting .276, batting third and playing third. Batting cleanup for your Atlanta Braves, Matt Olson comes in with 36 home runs, leading the National League. 90 RBI, leading all of Major League Baseball. 1 stolen base, a .261 average. Travis d'Arnaud is behind the plate with 9 home runs, 25 RBI, and 151 at-bats, batting .258. Marcell Ozuna is the designated hitter with 22 home runs, 49 RBI, batting .235. Eddie Rosario is back in left field with 16 homers, 48 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .248. Orlando Arcia has 11 home runs, 38 RBI, 1 stolen base, batting .295, from the shortstop position. And patrolling center field for your Atlanta Braves, Michael Harris II has 11 home runs, including 2 last night, 30 RBI, 13 stolen bases, and a .277 average. Behind the plate, calling balls and strikes, it'll be Chad Fairchild. Charlie Ramos is the first base umpire. Nick Lentz, second base. And the third base umpire today is Jeremy Rehak. Temperatures are expected into the high 80s, possibly even creeping into the 90s to the end of the game. Atlanta, minus 145 on the money line. The over-under is 10.5. Well, it's about that time. Grab you a cold one. Find you an armchair. It's Braves, Angels, the rubber match. Game 3 of a 3-game set. LA won Game 1. Braves Game 2. Chirinos versus Giolito. Get your game face on, Braves country. Welcome in, Braves country. If you were listening to the game, I guess it was Monday night, I think we hit the nail on the head. Listen to this just a couple hours ago. The Atlanta Braves, who reported Brad Hand to the Atlanta club, has now placed Daysbel Hernandez on the 15-day IL, backdated with forearm inflammation. We know where this is heading. They're just gonna try to keep him as healthy as possible and limit the innings going forward, but they've got him available if they need him for October. Braves have been very crafty doing this. But Brad Hand is on the roster. Whether or not he would pitch or not is a big question because I don't know when he got in and all that stuff. But the Atlanta Braves are coming into today wearing their home whites. Braves on the chest, tomahawk underneath, all in red, along with the numerals on the back in red. Names in navy, wearing their navy hat, red bill, and the white A. And the Atlanta Braves look to try to win this series. Travis d'Arnaud is behind the plate. If you missed the pregame, is not Sean Murphy. Day game after a night game, which was expected. The Angels are wearing their road grays with the red Angels across the chest and the red caps, red helmets. So it's about that time. It is baseball time in Braves country. Yanni lifts the glove and lets it fly. Pitch on the way inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Righty-lefty matchup as Rengifo gets set. Just clips the top of the zone. 92 up top. 1-1. Braves hope to get, in a perfect world, 4 innings plus out of Yanni, but we'll see how it goes. Remember, the Braves do have the day off tomorrow in a pretty well-rested bullpen. The 1-1 pitch swung on and hammered foul down the first base line. Plenty foul. It's 1-2. Welcome in, everybody, here at Braves Country Baseball. Please hit that like button, and if you haven't already subscribed today, we bring you every Braves game right here on Braves Country. The 1-2 pitch from Yanni. Lifts the glove and lets it go. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chase the slider well out of the zone and down near the ankles, and there's one away. So far, so good for Yanni. We'll see what he's got. YC versus Shohei Ohtani. Lord have mercy, this might get ugly. Gotta hope that Ohtani's not on his game. He's hit some difficult pitches. We've already seen this series a long way. The first pitch on the way to Shohei Ohtani is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. And I'll tell you what, I'm not opposed to just pitching around him and going sending him down to first base. Righty-lefty matchup, the 1-0 pitch on the way, and just snips the bottom, misses just by a hair or two. It's 2-0. So he's gone sinker in, sinker out to start the at-bat. The 2-0 pitch. Rocks and fires and lets it go. Swung on and dragged foul down towards the first base dugout, just past the camera well. It's 2-1. Hope everybody's having a great day here in Braves country on a Wednesday afternoon. Getaway day edition. Atlanta Braves will head to the Chicago Cubs, Chicago, Illinois, the next 3 games. The 2-1 pitch right there for a strike. And it's 2-2. So Yanni kind of snuck that one right in there on him. He's thrown 4 consecutive sinkers. Shohei asked for time. You wonder if he'll try to go to the same pitch again. The 2-2 pitch. Lets it fly. Swung on and banged foul down the first base line. It's 2-2. Went with the splitter that time. About a 10-mile-an-hour difference. 9 to 10-mile-an-hour difference. They're trying to change speed, trying to keep him off guard. By the way, Dodger fans would love to know this. Eduardo Rodriguez is starting today for the Tigers. The 2-2 pitch swung on and tapped foul again. So if nothing else, Ohtani is seeing a lot of pitches. He started with 4 consecutive sinkers, 2 in, 2 out, and then has thrown 2 splitters, 1 high in the zone, 1 off the edge. So after 4 sinkers and 2 splitters, the 2-2 pitch, Yanni lets it fly. Swung on, and that ball is rifled into right field down for a base hit, and it's a 1-out single for Shohei Ohtani. So all in all, you don't hate that at bat. He didn't get extra bases. Kept the pitch off the plate and away from Ohtani, so he couldn't do maximum damage. Got to keep an eye on Ohtani with d'Arnaud behind the plate, and Yanni has kind of a slow delivery. Shohei could be running. That'll bring Crone to the plate. Crone, righty-righty matchup. The first pitch inside for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch. Righty swing and grounds it over to third. Riley's got it, flips it over to second. Ozzie fires it down to first, and it's a 5-4-3 inning-ending double play. The Braves will grab the bats. We'll be back in a flash.
We got like 5 minutes to get out of here. Nope, I don't want to go to prison. Ooh, I hope we're cellmates. That means we're prison married.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Why does Kenley Jansen wear the number 74? Jansen was one of the best closers of the 2010s, but things haven't always been good for Kenley. When he was 12, his father suffered a stroke and he couldn't work anymore. As a result, his mother Bernadette had to work day and night to support the family. She would tell Kenley and his siblings that everything was okay when they were actually in deep financial troubles. Kenley knew about the family's issues, so he promised her he would do everything he could to fix their problems. At the age of 17, Jansen was a catcher and he signed with the Dodgers. He had a good arm but was struggling at the plate, so the Dodgers turned him into a pitcher. In 2011, the Dodgers gave him a major league contract worth $416,000. With no hesitation, Kenley sent the money to his family back in Curacao in order to help pay off the home's mortgage. That house in Curacao is on Kaya Kokolishi 74, and Jansen wears the number 74 to honor his family and his roots.
You'll do anything to stay healthy, so isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants other filters don't, like lead, bacteria, viruses, and pesticides. Up to 99% of 88 contaminants, while leaving vital minerals you need like potassium, calcium, and magnesium. Visit waterfilter.com for pure, delicious water and the ultimate peace of mind. Aquasana, better water, better you.
In 1904, Waddell struck out 349 batters, a record for American League left-handers, but he was just too hard to handle. Though he was one of the greatest pitchers in baseball, his unreliability infuriated his teammates, and he was driven out of the big leagues and then out of the minors. Waddell contracted tuberculosis, helping victims of a flood, and died on April 1st, 1914, at the age of 37.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball. Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves with an early game if you're just joining us. First pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. swung on and grounded over to third. Easy play. 5-3 put out. And Ronald Acuna Jr., one pitch, one out, and there's one away. Acuna, bit of a disappointing series so far with the Angels. I'm sure he was looking forward to really putting a lot of stats up going up against Ohtani, but so far no dice. First pitch on the way to Ozzie is right there at the knees for a strike, and it's 0-1. The 0-1 to Ozzie. Giolito lets it fly. Off the plate wide, changeup misses, 1-1. Lucas Giolito coming over from the Chicago White Sox. Angels trying to show that they are all in to try to keep Ohtani next year. The 1-1 pitch swung on it, popped up deep, foul down the right field line into the second deck, but plenty foul, got way out around on that one. It's 1-2. Have my doubts that Ohtani stays with the Angels, but they are trying to make an effort to show that they want to win. The 1-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's lifted high and deep into center field, going back on the track, making the catch and colliding into the wall is Adams, making his debut for the Angels today, and there's one away. Good speed by Adams. He slammed into the wall. Probably didn't have much time to survey the land before he came up today. True what they say, the ball will find you. The first pitch on the way to Austin Riley is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Jordan Adams, by the way, the center fielder for the Los Angeles Angels, is the 1-0 pitch to Riley, swing and a miss. It's 1-1. 23 years old. And the 1-1 pitch, swing, and fouls it away. It's 1-2. This is his major league debut. The 1-2 pitch from Giolito, pitch on the way, swung on and popped up, foul, back out of play. Do again at 1-2. Trying to read his stats, and essentially what you're looking at from him now, they got him in the number 9 hole, but it appears that he's more of a contact guy with speed. The 1-2 pitch off the plate wide, 2-2. He's added some power to his game this year, to be noted. 13 home runs in the minors, which is by far his career high in the minor leagues. The 2-2 pitch. Good take by Riley. I know that was tempting. Fastball up around the letters, and it's 3-2. So excited to see what the young kid can do. Not much of a bio on him because I think it took Major League by surprise he was coming up. So there you have that. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Riley down on strikes, and Giolito has a 1-2-3 inning. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
One thing I've learned about being on a job site, if you're the one that walks around the fastest, they'll think you're the most productive.
Here are some baseball facts you might not have known. A minor league prospect got cut from the Yankees for a very weird reason. Jake Sanford was recently released from the Yankees system for allegedly stealing his teammates' equipment and selling it online. He's also alleged to have promised fans autographed items and never delivering. Sanford was picked in the 3rd round of the 2019 draft by the Yankees as an outfielder. He was given a $600,000 signing bonus, making the alleged theft even more weird. According to anonymous teammates, Sanford would repeatedly hound them for their equipment or would just take it from their locker. A rumor for this behavior is that Sanford may have had gambling debts.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Hi, I'm Mac Magee, and we'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch of your Atlanta Braves. It's free to listen. Please like and subscribe. YouTube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country Baseball for the fans, by the fans.
Hitting alone will not win ball games. I want speed on my team, and I also want every man on the squad to know how to slide. I intend to have my players taught how to run. I don't say we will win any pennants, but I do think that my systematic training will be laying the foundation of a pennant winner. If this is theory, it is blamed good practical theory. Branch Rickey.
He was Leonardo in baseball. He did everything. He was artist and scientist and genius of a million kinds. He invented the farm systems. He devised ways of playing the game and of training players that had never before been considered.
Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves. Yanni Chirinos will go back to work, and the first pitch on the way drifts inside for a ball up high. It's 1-0. Expecting an announcement for Max Fried to start either Friday or Saturday. They wouldn't confirm, but it is assumed Friday. The 1-0 pitch. Swung on. That ball is dropped into left field just over the head of the defense in front of Eddie Rosario, who scoops it up, gets it back in, and it's a leadoff single for the Los Angeles Angels. So Randall Grichuk, he's got good speed, stands on first. Renfroe, who'd really been hot going into last night, stands in. Renfroe, righty-righty matchup, 17 homers, 47 RBI, 764 OPS. The first pitch on the way, swung on, hit hard down the third base line. Plenty foul towards the dugout. It's 0-1. We are the first game of the afternoon today. There are several that'll be starting here in a little bit. Detroit and Pittsburgh are about to get going, along with Milwaukee, Washington. Cleveland, Houston will keep you up to date on that. The 0-1 pitch, way off the plate, wide. It's 1-1. In an ideal world, Chirinos would get through 2 times through the lineup and then hand it over to the bullpen. We'll see what the game plan is, though. The 1-1 pitch, down and away, 2-1. Doesn't have the hard fastball like he used to have. It's dropped down a few miles an hour, and it's really made his other stuff a little more hittable, which is why the Tampa Bay Rays DFA'd him. But could be a valuable bullpen piece as we try to finish out these last 50-plus games. The 2-1 pitch, swung on, grounded hard down the third base line, foul, and it's 2-2. Hunter Renfroe from Crystal Springs, Mississippi, drafted by the Padres in the first round back in 2013. The 2-2 to Renfroe. Digs in and swings hard down the third base line again. It's foul. 2-2. The defense is playing him to pull. Austin Riley is hugging the third base line. So that ball is just a little more fair. It's probably a double play. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Took him on the outer edge. Diving away. Splitter got him chasing well off the edge, and there's one down. So a big out number 1. Eduardo Escobar comes to the plate. Escobar takes a hack at the first pitch. Swing and a miss. It's 0-1. Eduardo Escobar, Braves fans would remember him from the New York Mets earlier in the season, as well as last year, along with other stops along the way. Minnesota, Arizona. The 0-1 pitch, swung on and pops it up. should stay in play. Travis d'Arnaud tosses his mask, reaches up, grabs the second out of the inning, and it's a quick second out. Runner stays at first. He was cut loose by the Mets, Escobar was, along with a lot of other moving and shaking that they did yesterday. If you missed that, they had a fire sale. They are going to pay the state of Texas $90 million to get rid of Verlander and Scherzer over the next few years. First pitch on the way is right there at the top of the zone to Nito. It's 0-1. You might have missed this, and I'll go ahead and read it off to you real quick. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Chase the splitter down. It's 0-2. So he's got an 0-2 count on Nito. There's an article by The Athletic out today as the 0-2 pitch. Down and in. Taken all the way. 1-2. See if I can find the actual quote. But basically, Max Scherzer ran and dimed out the owner, Steve Cohen, to Ken Rosenthal, the Athletic. The 1-2 pitch just misses inside. Would have liked to have that called. Looked like the splitter might have clipped the zone on the way, but home plate umpire Chad Fairchild says no dice, and it's 2-2. But the gist of it is that he said that Cohen told him as the 2-2 pitch swung on and rolled over to the short, here comes Arcia. He'll fire it across the diamond. That'll end the inning. So the Braves get out unscathed once again after letting a runner on. We'll be back in a flash and finish that thought when we come back.
You couldn't figure out the World Series for yourself? It's just common sense. Anybody knows you gotta keep your worlds apart.
I'm going to go, and I guess to hone it in, I was going to say chemicals, but cleaning supplies.
Okay, yeah, I like it.
You can go cheap on them. You can buy store brand. Doesn't clean to your satisfaction. Just add a little more to it.
What you and I have told the American public today is there's certain things that you don't want to go cheap on, but if it comes down to your health or your cleanliness, you're fine with it.
Armchair.
We sitting here, I'm supposed to be the franchise player, and we're in here talking about practice. Not a game. We talking about practice.
It all starts with just one thing. When recycling, rinse out jars and cans, and avoid recycling wax paper or paper soiled with food. This will reduce recycling contamination. Find tips and more at onethingus.com. What's your one thing?
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Every magnate in the country is indebted to this man, Harry Wright, for the establishment of baseball as a business, and every patron for furnishing him with a systematic recreation. Every player is indebted to him for inaugurating an occupation by which he gains a livelihood, and the country at large for adding one more industry to furnish employment, sporting life.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way to Olson from Giolito. Clips the outer edge for a strike. It's 0-1. Matt Olson, 36 home runs, now 90 RBI. The 0-1 pitch. High and out of the zone. It's 1-1. His OPS at 956. You can make a strong argument for him for the NL MVP as well as Acuna. The 1-1. High and out of the zone, 2-1. Still think Acuna leads it, because of the stolen base and the batting average, but the home runs and RBIs can't be denied. The 2-1 pitch swung on, taps it foul off the plate. It's 2-2. I know Braves country would like to see either one of them win it, but I think most Braves fans want to see Acuna win it just because he's been so good for so long for us. The 2-2 pitch off the plate wide, 3-2. But if Olsen wins it, I won't complain on that one either, because he's really come over, and it almost be like a big old stick it to Freddie Freeman if he wins the MVP. The 3-2 pitch swung on and fouled down the line. Do it again at 3-2. Giolito at 18 pitches, so pretty economical first inning. He lifts the red glove from the stretch. The wind up, the pitch. Slider inside. Did he go around? He did not. Ball 4. Matt Olson heads down to first. So 1 on, nobody out, and Travis d'Arnaud, who gets the start behind the plate with Sean Murphy catching last night. Braves, if they can avoid it, don't like to have the catchers go night, day, back to back. The first pitch on the way to d'Arnaud is a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. That's been pretty routine for all of Major League Baseball for the last 5 to 7 years. Home plate umpire Chad Fairchild steps out from behind home plate for a second. The pitch on the way from Giolito is on the way down and out of the zone. 1-1. Runner on first, nobody out. d'Arnaud, the 1-1 pitch with Ozuna standing on deck. The wind up and fly high and out of the zone. 2-1. When these umpires step out from behind home plate like that nowadays, you almost assume it's going to be an automatic ball or strike, but I believe he was just calling for time for a second. The 2-1 right there at the knees for a strike. It's 2-2. 92 miles an hour. A 2-2 count. Braves nothing, Angels nothing if you're just joining us. Braves went 1-2-3 in the first inning. Olsen walked to start the second. The 2-2 pitch swung on and fights that foul down the right field line. Just out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. Renfroe was giving chase. Ran out of real estate over there right before it hits the right field corner. It's one of those swing at the last second type of deals with d'Arnaud. Wasn't sure if it was a strike or not, so he decided to fight it off. So a 2-2 count after fighting off the slider. Here's the pitch. Change up in the dirt. Good block by Wallach, and it's a full count. So a full count to d'Arnaud. Matt Olson stands on first. Neither runner fleet of foot, so time is called by Giolito. So he steps off the rubber, now gets back on, and we got a full count, runner on first, nobody out. Travis d'Arnaud digs in. The wind up, the pitch. Swung on, and that ball is laced into right field. Making the catch is Renfroe, and he's going to double up Olsen, who was running on the contact. The ball looked like it was going to fall, and a good defensive play by Renfroe. It's going to be a bang-bang double play. So you hate to see that. But a good athletic play by Renfroe. He caught the ball running to his left and throwing against his body with his right arm threw a one hopper to first. Really good defensive play by Renfroe. Olsen got caught off the bag, but it's just one of those things where the Braves were always aggressive on the base paths, and it bit them that time. First pitch on the way to Ozuna is down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 on the way in the dirt. Ball 2, 2-0. You hate to see a rally die like that, but honestly, if he doesn't start running and he gets the one hop quickly, Olsen might be out at second. The 2-0 pitch right there for a strike. Slider clips the edge. It's 2-1. When it left the bat of Darnold, honestly, I thought it was slicing, and it just he got way too much air. Gave Renfroe a chance to come in. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss over the top. Evens up the count at 2-2. Look like the changeup. So he's gone fastball and then slider, and then goes to the change. And what they've been doing to Ozuna with 2 strikes, not just the Angels, but everybody, they've been trying to get him to chase the slider or curve off the edge. They set up inside the 2-2. Swing, and that ball's rifled down the left field line. Is it fair? Is it fair? Just foul down the left field line past the foul pole. Looked like it had a chance to maybe even bang the pole, but it took a hard left about 15, 20 feet before it could get there. And it's a loud strike. So a 2-2 count. They set up high and outside. Inside misses. Ball 3, 3-2. Full count to Ozuna. This will be the 33rd pitch for Giolito, the 18th of the inning. The wind up, lets it fly. Swung on, pops it up. Should be playable. Center fielder Adams is underneath it. He'll make the catch, and that'll end the inning. So the Braves threaten get their first base runner, but a double play gets us out of the jam.
This time I'm going to kick that football clear to the moon.
Hello?
Hi, is Mark there?
Yeah?
It's me, Shannon. We met at Jack's party.
Yeah! How can I forget? Wow, how you doing? I haven't heard from you in,
9 months.
Armchair.
I'm unemployed and I live with my parents.
I'm Victoria. Hi.
So Pete Rose, the leadoff batter for the Philadelphia Phillies, introduced to the crowd here today. And Pete Rose, a man who has been at bat more times than any player in the history of the major leagues.
That if he keeps breathing, he will break Ty Cobb's record.
And, of course, the big question this year is whether or not he'll be able to play every ball game. He wants to. The manager says he wants to rest him. He's missed only 80 games in his 20-year career. And Seaver's first pitch, ball 1. Seaver with 264 wins, 156 losses. One of a few pitchers who has won over 100 games more than he has lost.
Armchair.
Braves country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Devlin got a job as a policeman in 1880, died of consumption just 3 years later. His early death, said a Louisville newspaper, was an instructive example of the fruits of crookedness. The National League had survived its first scandal.
Welcome back to Braves country baseball. The first pitch on the way from Cherinos to Wallach is swung on and fouled out of play. It's 0-1. Chad Wallach had himself a night the other night against the Braves. Hein catcher hit a home run, a double, went 3 for 4. The 0-1 pitch. Right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-2. Wallach on the season, just a 711 OPS, 7 home runs, 216 batting average. Righty-righty matchup, the 0-2 pitch, down below the knees. Good sinker. Did he go around? He did not. It's 1-2, but a good sinker split by Chirinos. That splitter is actually working much better than it did the first go-around with the Braves rotation. The 1-2 pitch swung on and bang foul. 1-2. If he can keep that splitter down there with that kind of action, that kind of movement and speed, he might be very valuable out of the bullpen going forward for the Braves. The 1-2 pitch lets it go. Swung on and hits that foul back behind home plate. We'll do it again. With Max Fried coming back this weekend, most likely this is Chirinos' last start for a while. The 1-2 lets it go. Down and away, 2-2. And of course, if he has a good outing today, he could find his way on the roster when Fried comes back. If he has a bad outing, he might get DFA'd. The Braves can't option him. The 2-2 pitch. Inside, ball 3, 3-2. If you're just joining us, Daysbel Hernandez was sent to the IL. Mentioned that on Monday that I thought this might be his last start after the deadline. I thought they were going to bring in a few more pieces. 3-2 pitch swung on, lifted high and not very deep. Making the catch is Ronald Acuna Jr. in right center field, and there's one away. Turns into a numbers game. I think they would like to keep Chirinos around, but it really comes down to who would you option back down. Chirinos can give you that length out of the pen on days where things aren't going well. The first pitch on the way to the rookie Adams is swung on and popped up high down the right field line, giving chase to Acuna. Almost makes the catch in foul territory, just out of his glove, just out of the stretch of his glove. He had the glove extended at full speed and probably missed it by, we'll say, a foot or so. It's funny, Acuna looked at his glove almost like there was a hole in it. So an 0-1 count to Adams. Righty-righty matchup. The 0-1 pitch is swung on and bang foul down the third base line. It's 0-2. Adams making his debut today for the Los Angeles Angels. Jordan Adams, spelt with a Y, from Gulfport, Mississippi. Drafted in the first round by the Angels in 2018. The 0-2 pitch inside almost gets him. It's 1-2. He's listed at 6'2", 181, and that's got to be soaking wet because he is a tall, thin young man. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Chirinos got him to chase the sinker, and there's 2 away. Adams went to high school in Cary, North Carolina, if you're familiar with that area. Pretty popular area come NCAA soccer season. They carry the no, all puns intended here, right? But Cary carries the women's college soccer championships every year. Went to Green Hope High School. That'll flip the lineup over. Rengifo comes back to the plate. Rengifo takes the first pitch outside for a strike. It's 0-1. Luis Rengifo, 26 years old, from Venezuela. The 0-1 pitch down in the dirt. It's 1-1. Rengifo struck out the first time up. Standing on deck is Shohei Ohtani. Much rather see him in the fourth inning. The 1-1 on the way. Swung on, hit high, not very deep. Underneath it is Michael Harris II. He'll make the catch, and that'll end the inning. 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
This portion of the show is being brought to you by Whatever We Have in Stock Are Us, your one-stop place to shop for whatever we happen to have lying around at the time.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
I apologize for the distractions. It's not what he said, you ignorant wretch. Spanish is worse than your English.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
I saw a sign on this door that said exit only. So I entered it, and I went up to the guy working there, and I was like, I have some good news.
I see great things in baseball. It's our game, the American game. It will take our people out of doors, fill them with oxygen, give them a larger physical stoicism, tend to relieve us from being a nervous, dyspeptic set, repair these losses, and be a blessing to us. Walt Whitman.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back. Eddie Rosario steps in. First pitch to Eddie is swung on and hit high down the left field line. Plenty foul into the stands. It's 0-1. Eddie Rosario, 248 batting average, 16 home runs, and a 760 OPS. Man, were they killing him on social media last night. The 0-1 pitch. Down and in. Did he go around? He did not. 1-1. If you remember the play after he came in for Pilar, where he just kind of jogged towards the ball, hit down the left field line, it fell for a double. The 1-1 pitch. Swung on and hit hard down the first base line. It's 1-2. It still dumbfounds me that Marcell Ozuna got benched for not running out that high ball that was hit. I guess it was in Arizona. Is the 1-2 pitch on the way, swing and a miss, strike 3. But yet Eddie has done a couple of things very similar, not running things out, not hustling, and absolutely nothing's been done. So I don't have a problem with the benching of Marcell. I guess my point is what's good for the goose is good for the gander. You got to be consistent in the clubhouse. The first pitch on the way to Arce is down and in for a ball. It's 1-0. And I understand that sometimes the superstars have different rules and they're treated differently. There's the 1-0 pitch. High right there for a strike. It's 1-1. But Eddie Rosario is not a superstar. He's a pretty good hitting left fielder. Terrible defensive player. The 1-1 pitch. Check swing down the lines, 1-1. And I know we all have a special place in our heart for Eddie because of the 2021 World Series run, but it's a long time ago. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and grounded. It's just going to get through the hole. You talk about seeing eye singles. They could make a video on it for that one. He's got a big laugh as he looks at the dugout. He dragged that in between second and short. It was almost like an excuse me swing, almost like a punch shot in golf out of the rough. And somehow it had enough speed to get in between second and short. And we got our first hit of the game. 1 out, 1 on. First pitch on the way to Harris is off the plate wide. It's 1-0. And I would never condone with just absolutely benching Eddie or DFA. You know, it's not that dramatic. But when we have a lead later in games, I really don't understand why Pilar's not in there. The 1-0 pitch is hammered down the line foul. It's 1-1. Pilar gives you a much better glove. Or when Sam Hilliard comes back, the same thing. Sam Hilliard went out on rehab assignment, so he should be back within the next week or so. The 1-1 swung on, and that ball is rifled down the right field line. It is fair. Down for a base hit. The right fielder, Renfroe, scoops it up and fires it back into the infield, but not before Eddie Rosario. Sorry, I got Eddie on the brain. Orlando Arcia goes first to third, and we've got runners on the corners, 1 out. Harris really starting to hit well. He had 2 home runs last night, and that one, he just absolutely yacked into right field. Angels, once again, their outfielder is playing almost all of the Atlanta Braves lineup extremely deep. So anything that gets over the head of the infield is not just a hit, but it's usually a chance to get more than one base. First pitch on the way to Acuna is in the dirt. Did he go around? He did not. It's 1-0. Ronald Acuna Jr. swung at the first pitch he saw in the first inning. It was an easy ground out. That one he held up. The 1-0 to Ronnie. They set up a little outside. Swing and a miss. Man, oh man alive, I thought he had that one. He did too. It's 1-1. Slider just over the top of it. Braves nothing, Angels nothing. Bottom of the third inning, rubber match of a 3-game set. The 1-1. Swing, and that ball is belted high and deep. Going back on the track. Ball, you ain't got to go home, but you can't stay here. It is gone. A 3-run shot, and your Atlanta Braves are up 3-0. How far did it fly? 420 happy feet. Smoke them if you got them, Braves country. 420 makes it 3-0. How about that? I mentioned the pitch before looked like he was almost on it, and Giolito, they were trying to throw a high one to get him to chase, and it got about belt high as soon as he let go of it, and Acuna swung. Giolito had that look like, oh, man. First pitch on the way to Albies is swinging a miss, striking. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch to Ozzie. Lets it go. Swung on, and that ball's belted down the right field line. Fair ball. It's around in the corner, going to rattle around like a pinball. And here comes Ozzie. He rounds first. Here comes Ozzie. He rounds second. He's into third base with a 1-out triple. Let's go, Braves country. Let's freaking go. 3-0 your score. Ozzie Albies. Ronald Acuna Jr., the Atlanta Braves, sitting Giolito for the second time through the lineup, and they are on him. We're going to have a quick powwow with Giolito out there at the mound. Ozzie was absolutely flying around the bases. Matt Wise, the pitching coach, is out there to talk to him. And he'll head back to the dugout. Ozzie and Escobar having a good laugh about something. I don't know what it is. Of course, they've known each other for a Long time, played against each other for a long time. Welcome in, everybody. Braves lead at 3-0. Ronald Acuna Jr. just hit a 25th home run of the year. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley is off the plate, down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. The Angels defense is playing in all the way in, not even halfway. So anything scalded is going to be a run. The 1-0 pitch swung on and a soft chopper over to short. They're going to chase Ozzie back to the bag. It'll be a 6-3 put out. Good defensive play by Nito. And there's 2 away. Would have liked to have seen Riley be a little more selective there, knowing that infield is in and up in the count. You could have waited to wait for a mistake pitch, anything to get the ball over the head of the defense would have scored. So instead, it'll be Matt Olson coming to the plate, and it'll be an automatic pass ball. They're going to give him 4 fingers, and Travis d'Arnaud will come to the plate, and he could really bust this open. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. The pitch on the way, high and inside for a ball. It's 1-0. 92-mile-an-hour fastball drifted inside. Travis d'Arnaud 0 for 1 with the line out. The 1-0 pitch, swing, and that ball's lifted high, but not very deep. Coming around, making the catches, the rookie center fielder Adams to end the inning. But up before Ronald Acuna Jr. and your Atlanta Braves make it 3-0. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Gen X Hotline, what do you want? My son saw another student with a vape pen in his backpack. Should we tell the teacher or go straight to the principal? All right, let me check the book on that. Teacher or principal? Okay, it says, tell him not to be a snitch and to mind his business. Are you serious? Yep. Have a great day.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
Gen X Hotline, what do you want? Hi, I work from home, and with the kids still home on summer break, I am not getting anything done. Okay, so step 1, have you tried locking them out of the house? Okay, but like what would they eat all day? Okay, do you have any like honeysuckle or blackberry bushes in your neighborhood? Yeah, I think so. Why? They're gonna be fine. That's what they're gonna eat. Really? Yep. What about the bathroom? Oh no, they're just gonna poop in the woods. What? You're good. You're welcome. Wait, what?
I never want to hear the term Uncle Stevie again. It was all a lie. As with everything with the Mets, always teasing, never pleasing.
Baseball stories are so various, and they swap characters in them, but the way I heard it, Lefty Gomez, himself a pitcher, faced the 18-year-old Bobby Feller. The first one came over, and the umpire called it strike, and the second one came over. Called it strike, and the third one came over. The umpire called it strike, and Gomez said, I thought that last one sounded a little low.
Welcome back, Braves Country. Atlanta Braves lead it 3-0, and Shohei Ohtani will try to match Ronald Acuna Jr., who just hit a 3-run shot. Chirinos seeing Ohtani the second time through. The first pitch on the way is a splitter down and in. It's 1-0. Bravos 3, as Amanda would say, Angles 0. Righty-lefty matchup. Chirinos lets it fly. Swing, and that ball's banged hard down the first base line. It's 1-1. Showtime did get himself a single his last time up. Worked the count pretty deep, so he's seen 6-7 pitches going into this at bat. The 1-1. Swing and a miss, splitter. Man, a nice splitter. He can get that going. It's 1-2. Ohtani will take his time out. Head back to the left-hand batter's box, righty-lefty matchup. The 1-2 pitch from Yanni. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Set him down, Joe. His fingers are so, and there's one away. Good pitch by Yanni. He's really got that splitter working today. Reminds me of Yanni Chirinos from a few years ago when he was in Tampa. And you could have made the argument that outside of Blake Snell, he was their best starter. First pitch on the way to C.J. Cron is swung on and lifted into center field. Just going to get down for a base hit. Harris cuts it off at the pass. And there's one on, one out. Atlanta 3. Los Angeles nothing. If you're just joining us, Ronald Acuna Jr. hit his 25th home run, 420-foot blast over the center field wall, left center field wall. Randall Grichuk comes to the plate. He's 1 for 1. First pitch on the way is right there at the knees, 92. Whoa. Should have been a strike. Fairchild missed that one. It's 1-0. The 1-0 to Grichuk. Runner on first, 1 out. The pitch on the way. Down and away, 2-0. The 2-0 from Yanni. I like it. Cheerios lets it fly. Swing and bangs it down the third base line. 2-1. So you got a 2-1 count on Grichuk. Runner stands on first, 1 out. Would love a double play to get out of the inning. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, and that ball is belted down the left field line. Just foul. Just foul before it hit the corner, and it's 2-2. Three-game set coming to an end here with the Angels. Angels trying to fight their way into the AL wild card. Today they came in 3 behind Toronto, a game and a half behind Boston. Toronto currently has the last wild card spot in the American League. Make no mistake about it, this Angels offense can score even without Trout. The 2-2 pitch swung on and fouled out of play. It's 2-2. I think their biggest question's always been their pitching. The Giolito trade was supposed to represent a we're going for. I don't think it's going to be enough. I think it's too little, too late. I think after Ohtani got the taste of the World Baseball Classic and what it was like to win on that kind of stage here, the 2-2 pitch is down and away, 3-2. I could be wrong, but I would be shocked if he's not wearing Dodger blue next year. Dodger's going to back the truck up, and he'll still be able to be in LA and be the big star on the West Coast, be fairly close to home. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and grounds that foul down the third base line. Do it again, full count. Mike Trout's still 2 to 3 weeks away, best case scenario, from coming off the IL. They've put so much money into him. The 3-2 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. We'll do it again. So this will be the 9th pitch of the at-bat. Trout, who signed that $450 million contract, if you add on to what Ohtani is going to make, which I think people are talking $550, I think it's going to be closer to $750. The fact that he can be a starting pitcher and a designated hitter, 2 of the tops at his position. The 3-2 pitch is sprayed foul towards the first base dugout. Full count once again. And you notice the only big move the Dodgers tried to make at the deadline was for Erod, who declined the trade, but he was going to be a free agent. They didn't go for anyone they were going to have to pay. So they didn't go after Verlander. They didn't go after some of the others. The 3-2 pitch. Swing! And that ball's fouled out. So he's going inside, outside, peppering the splitter and the slider back and forth along with the sinker. And Grichuk seeing pitch after pitch after pitch. Best case scenario would be to get a grounder here. Maybe even a double play. 3-2 pitch. Did he go around? They checked down the first base line. He did not. Ball 4. Tried to get him to chase the slider off the edge. It was close. I think he may have held up, though. Seeing they didn't show it on the Braves view, but from the Los Angeles view, it looks like they've got looks like he probably held up. So Hunter Renfroe, representing the tying run with 17 home runs, stands in. The first pitch is wide and inside for a ball. It's 1-0. So just like the game can change so quickly when Ronald hit that one, the game could be tied with one swing of the bat here. Hunter Renfroe standing in the box. The 1-0 from Yanni. Swung on. That ball is rifled past a diving Austin Riley. A runner will come around to score. Runners will be on the corners with one out. Rosario had a long way to go. So not only was the run easily going to score from where he was standing in left field, but also he never really had a chance to cut off the runner going first to third. Riley kind of O-laid it, tried to make it was a hot shot, and the ball just hopped underneath his glove. So runners on the corners and one out. And Escobar steps to the plate. This is the second time through the lineup for Yanni as well, and he's kind of hitting a road bump as the first pitch on the way to Escobar is right up there for a strike. It's 0-1. Over-under in this game was 10 runs. So no shock, we've already hit the 4-run mark. The 0-1 pitch. Yanni lets it fly. Swung on, hit hard on the ground, over to Olsen. Olsen makes a fine play, flips it over to second, and it's going to be a 3-6-1 inning-ending double play. Yanni covering the bag. We'll be back in a flash.
I think we should use the manual. I don't need a manual. I need a pair of wire strippers, a hammer, and a beer.
It's important to remember the value of taking time for ourselves to do the things that help us grow and explore, like learning something new. And now with the Great Courses Plus, it's never been easier to experience the joys of learning. The Great Courses Plus offers thousands of streaming videos that cover hundreds of fascinating topics, from World War II to choosing the perfect wine. You can even take a course on the U.S. government or dealing with stress and anxiety. And because the Great Courses Plus partners with world-class professors and experts, you're always receiving thoroughly vetted, high-quality content from every lecture. Plus, you can watch or listen anytime, anywhere with the Great Courses Plus app. So take a little time for you. Sign up for the Great Courses Plus today for a free month of unlimited access. Visit thegreatcoursesplus.com to get started. That's thegreatcoursesplus.com.
Hey, it's your home, and I need to ask you a few favors. In the kitchen, there's a spider stuck between the window and the screen, and I know it's dead, and technically it's outside, but it's still freaking me out. Can you flick it out or something? Also, just to save some money, and it's super easy, could you bundle your home and car insurance with Geico? Last thing, could you take the holiday decorations down? Yeah, I'm one of those.
Geico. For bundling made easy, go to geico.com today.
You're not sick tonight, are you? Good. Your tongue's going to be hanging out. Tell him to throw up on his own time.
John McGraw would stay in baseball for more than 40 years and become one of the game's greatest manager, but he never stopped fighting. never stopped savaging umpires, and was always willing to do just about anything to win.
Braves Country HD. Welcome back, Braves Country. First pitch on the way to Marcelo's. Swing and miss strike, slide it off the plate. Braves 3, Angels 1. The 0-1 pitch. Off the plate wide, tried to get him to chase that slider again. This one was much higher. It's 1-1. The 1-1. Inside, four-seam drift inside, well off the plate, ball 2-1. Giolito, by the way, is now at 56 pitches, the 57th on the way. Lets it go. Down below the knees, slider misses, ball 3-1. So a 3-1 count. Kid has a sign up says I skipped school to come to the game as the 3-1 just clips the top of the zone fastball 3-2. Ozuna was heading down to first. I think the bigger crime of him missing school would be the fact what are they doing putting kids in school on August 2nd? That is ridiculous. We never went that early when I was a kid. The 3-2 pitch on the way to Marcel, swung on, pops it up high in the sky, giving chase just before the warning track, making the catch is the rookie Adams, and there's one away. Pitch may have been a touch over the zone, but too close to call. They just showed a video on the Los Angeles feed of Adams, I guess maybe in high school, him playing basketball. Good Lord, can he jump? They showed him dunking on someone. I mean, it looked like an assault film. He just ran through the guy and hammered a ball down his throat. First pitch on the way to Rosario is a changeup in the dirt. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch swung on and pops it up foul out of play. It's 1-1. Yeah, I'm sure you could have made that play, Elton. The 1-1 to Giolito. Lets it fly. High and out of the zone. 2-1. So a 2-1 count. Righty-lefty matchup. The pitch on the way. Swung on, bangs that foul down the line. It's 2-2. He's gone change-up, four-seam, and then tried to sneak that slider. Eddie was just out in front of it. A 2-2 count. The wind up the pitch. Way out high. Ball 3-1. That was pitch out territory for those of y'all listening on radio. You got a 3-2 count to Eddie. The wind up lets it go. Ball 4. So Rosario works himself a walk. Heads on down to first base. And coming to the plate for your Atlanta Braves will be Orlando Arcia. Arcia, if y'all missed the game last night, he had an absolute bomb. That though he won't get credit for the game-winning RBI, it really broke the game open. First pitch on the way to Arcia is a fastball right down the pipe on the outer edge. It's 0-1. 92 miles an hour. Lando Arcia now batting .302 on the year. At home, 298 on the year. First pitch, they're going to flip it back over to Eddie. Keep him close by. Not much of a stolen base threat, but they want to keep him close by for a potential double play. The 0-1 pitch. Lets it go. In the dirt. Did he go around? They're going to check down the line. He did not. First base umpire Charlie Ramos said as he held up. 1-1. Braves 3, Angels 1. Bottom of 4, 1 on, 1 out. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Little late on that one, and it's 1-2. Orlando asked for time. Eddie stands on first. Michael Harris, who's really seeing the ball well past few nights, is standing on deck. Acuna in the hole. The 1-2 pitch inside. Saws it off foul back behind him, and it's 1-2 once again. Appreciate the kind words, EC. Braves 3, Angels 1. Arcia 1 for 1 on the day. The pitch on the way. Inside, hits him. Don't think there was any intention there. We've seen his fastball almost have two-seam action. It's a four-seamer that almost has two-seam action. It just kind of drifted inside and hits him right in the lower part of the back on the side. He appears to be okay. That can't be fun, though, getting hit with 92. So that'll leave a mark, but he'll head down to first. And now you got runners on first and second with 1 out, and Michael Harris coming to the plate, who's 1 for 1. He took a changeup and pounded it into right field for a single his last time up, followed by the Ronald Acuna Jr. 3-run blast. The first pitch on the way to Michael, righty-lefty matchup, right there below the knees, gets away, and Eddie Rosario is going to take third, along with Arcia taking second. So the ball gets away, and Chris Wallach had a hard time locating the ball. I thought at first that it almost was a check swing foul. He moved his bat but did not make contact, and the ball actually didn't come off of Michael's bat. It came off of home plate umpire's Chad Fairchild's leg. So it took him a second to find it, and the runners moved to second and third. The 1-0 pitch swung on and fouled out of play. It's 1-1. So good hustle by both. Good wherewithal to be paying attention. And the Angels have brought the infield in. I don't know if I would do that if I were them, but the 1-1 pitch to Michael is swung on. That ball is going to get slammed into left field. 1 run will score. Eddie Rosario comes around to make it 4-1. Orlando Arcia is safe. And the Braves have made it 5-1, doubled their lead. Orlando Arcia being sent all the way. We know he doesn't run very well, but he was hustling. And a great slide on the inside part of the plate as the ball was wide of the plate. Wallach had to go out and catch the ball drifting towards the batter circle and could not get back to home plate. Incredible slide by Arcia. Looking at the replay again, he missed him by just, you could maybe slide a envelope in between Arcia and the glove. So 5-1 your score, and the first pitch on the way to Ronald Acuna Jr. is down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. Michael Harris is second with 2 RBIs. Michael Harris is second, 2 RBIs. Ronald Acuna Jr., 1-0 pitch, taps it foul. And did that get him? I think it might have tapped off and hit him in the face. To check to see if he's okay. Read a report that Vegas has the Braves as the odds-on favorite to land Soto in the offseason. Well, he's not a free agent, so I don't know where that report would come from, but fair enough. He's not a free agent till the end of next year, and the Braves aren't spending that kind of money. The 1-1 pitch swung on and banged foul off the plate. It's 1-2. Maybe in a trade, but for considering what San Diego gave up for Soto, If they want anything remotely close to that to give him up, they can have him. His WAR is nowhere near worth what they gave up for him. The 1-2 pitch in the dirt, 2-2. It would be fun to think about the three of them in the outfield. Don't get me wrong, but with him not being a free agent till the end of next year, the Padres tend to not sell. But it'd be pretty cool if they did. Even if it would only be a 1-year rental, they would never be able to afford them. The 2-2 pitch swung on and grounded foul down the third base line. We'll do it again at 2-2. Curious where that report came from, if it was one of those fan rags or if it was like a legitimate site. The 2-2 from Acuna to Acuna. They're going to turn around and, man, I'll tell you what, Giolito's got a pretty good pickoff play. Michael Harris was just under the tag. Braves lead at 5-1. If you're just joining us, the Braves scored 3 in the bottom of the third with a 3-run blast by Acuna. They just scored 2 off an RBI single, 2 RBI single by Michael Harris. Arce had just under a tag at the plate. The 2-2 misses up high. It's now 3-2. The 3-2 pitch lets it go. Swing, and that ball is rifled into center field. Holy cow, was that a hot shot. Here comes Michael Harris around second, heading to third. We got runners on the corners with 1 out. And when I say a hot shot, I'm talking about duck. That ball was absolutely scorched off the bat of Acuna. And I think where the second baseman was playing, Rengifo, I don't think he had a very good eye on it. He was basically right behind us. They're going to go out there and talk to Giolito again. Second time they've talked to him in as many innings. But looking at the replay, he was literally standing behind behind the pitcher, and that ball was hit so hard, I don't think he had a good look at it. That ball went flying by him into center field. Had to have been well over 100 miles an hour off the bat. I'll look at it in a second. But my word, that ball was absolutely scorched. Yet 111 miles an hour off the bat of Acuna was that last base hit. Holy cow. First pitch on the way to Ozzie, swing and a miss, strike. It's 0-1. Ozzie Albies was swinging at that pitch when he woke up this morning. I mean, he was like first and third, 1 out. They just talked to the pitcher. He's going to give me a meatball. Let's go. Good to see everybody in the chat. Believe they're going to give an automatic ball to Giolito, pitcher time violation. Not sure if it was the actual violation or if he wasn't engaged with it. It's just the goofiest rule in sports. So the 1-1 pitch on the way down and in, it's 2-1. I mean, can you imagine Walter Johnson, Bob Gibson? They got to be rolling over in their graves about these automatic balls. The 2-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's hit hard, high, deep into center field. Making the catches, Adams. Here comes Money Mike. He's on the fly. He'll make it 6-1, and on the play, Ronald Acuna Jr. heads up to second base. The Braves have a 6-1 lead, a 5-1 lead. It'll be a sac fly RBI for Ozzie, a run scored by Michael Harris. How about that? So Acuna stands on second, 2 outs. The rake comes to the plate. Austin Riley, who's 0 for 2. Time for him to get in on the fun. The first pitch is swung on, and that ball is belted high and deep. Going back on the track. Are you serious? Rock 'em, sock 'em, smoke 'em if you got 'em. The Braves lead it 8-1. Riley, a 2-run shot, his 25th of the year, 66th RBI, 426 happy feet, 101 miles an hour off the bat. The Braves lead it 8-1, baby. Let's go. Holy cow. They're going to leave Giolito in. The first pitch on the way to Giolito is in the dirt for a ball. It's 1-0. I mentioned this in the pregame show that I thought that one of these guys could get their 25th. Austin, Ozzie, and Acuna all came in with 24 home runs today. The 1-0 pitch to Olsen is just off the edge for a strike. It's 1-1. Riley and Acuna both went yard. It's Ozzie's turn his next time up. The 1-1 pitch. Swing, and that ball's belted down the right field line. Come, baby! 9-1, your Atlanta Braves. That ball was absolutely smoked. 374 feet, got out in a flash. His 37th home run of the year. 91st RBI. The birdies are flying 110 miles an hour off the bat. And my word, thankfully it hit the facade right over the right field wall. That might have killed somebody. They're going to make a pitching change. We're going to take a break with them. We'll be back in a flash. Braves are on top, 9-1.
What are you doing?
Eating day-old donuts. My friend Terrence, he's the manager. He leaves them out back for me.
Why?
It's called eating your feelings, ass bag. Mom's gonna walk into the bus till I'm 40, all right?
Armchair Quarterback Radio. We cover the world of baseball from start to finish.
Baerga is 0 for 3. Left center field. Grissom on the run. The team of the 90s has its world championship. A liner off Maggie's glove into center field. The Florida Marlins have won the World Series.
Brocious, fittingly with a throw, and the Yankees have done it again. They are the world champions of baseball in 1998. 2-2, bottom of the ninth, game 7 of the World Series. Bases loaded. Floated, center field. The Diamondbacks are world champion. Red Sox fans have longed to hear it. The Boston Red Sox are world champions. In the air to left, well hit. Back is Craig. The Cardinals are world champs in 2011.
Armchair.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. If you ever want to break into Randy Johnson's house, you might want to think again. When being interviewed about gun violence in 1995, Johnson was quoted as saying, "I don't own a gun, but I keep a bag of baseballs near our bed. If someone breaks in, they better be wearing a batting helmet because I'm going to throw at their head."
For over half a century, I've had to live with the fact that I dropped a ball in a World Series. Oh, yes, you're the guy that dropped that fly ball, aren't you? But for years and years, whenever I'd be introduced to somebody, they'd start saying something and then stop, afraid of hurting my feelings.
John McGraw felt so bad for his center fielder that he raised Snodgrass's salary $1,000.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves have exploded for 9 runs. Jaime Barria comes in to face Travis d'Arnaud. The first pitch is way inside for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves 9, Angels 1. The 1-0 pitch. High and inside ball 2-0. They'll probably ask Barria to pitch a few innings here, trailing 9-1. I'm sure Travis d'Arnaud is thinking, why couldn't I see Giolito another time? The 2-1 pitch swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 2-1. That's got to be the worst feeling. All your teammates are pounding the hell out of a pitcher right before you come up to go out and get the reliever. The 2-1 from Barria. Swing, and that ball's hit hard on the ground over to second. Good defensive play by Rengifo. Has to scoop, turn, spin, and fires it over to first. And that'll end the inning. But not for your Atlanta Braves. Put 6 on the board. It's 9-1, hot Atlanta.
Can I have the keys?
No!
You're out of my will.
You're out of my will! That's right. We'll see who croaks first.
Here are some baseball facts that you might not have known. Herman Long was a shortstop who played at the turn of the 20th century who set a record in 1889. The record he set was the most errors in a single season with 122, which he accomplished in just 136 games. For reference, the most errors by a player in 2021 was only 24.
LeBron James playing at the level he's playing this year already. I mean, it is unbelievable.
I gotta remember to record this, man.
Yeah, you're not editing nothing. You don't got that talent right now.
Armchair.
The 1912 World Series was a fiercely fought contest, on and off the field. Fans followed the action by telegraph and on scoreboards mounted in saloons and city squares all across the country.
When I was 13 years old, I got a job posting scores in an old-fashioned corner saloon at 85th Street and 1st Avenue. At World Series time, a complete play-by-play came over the ticker, and the management had me stand on a platform and read the tape in a loud voice. This was 1912, remember? Giants and the Red Sox. And the saloon was jammed to overflowing with hundreds inside and out, eagerly following each game's progress.
No individual, whether player, manager, owner, critic, or spectator, who went through the 1912 World Series will ever forget it. There never was another like it. From the lofty perch of the bleacherite, it was a series crammed with thrills and gulps, cheers and gasps, dejection and wild exultation, recrimination and adoration, excuse and condemnation. Spalding died.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. If you're just joining us, Braves 9 runs, 8 hits versus 1 run and 4 hits. Get you caught up on everything else in a second. The first pitch on the way from Chirinos is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Home runs by Ronald Acuna Jr., a 3-run blast. Austin Riley, a 2-run blast. The 1-0 pitch swung on, hit hard on the ground over to Arcia. Arcia's got it, flips it over to first, and it's a 6-3 put out for out number 1. And then Olsen with a solo shot ran Lucas Giolito out of the game. If you got Lucas Giolito on your fantasy team, duck. 3 2/3 innings, 9 earned runs, 3 walks, and only 2 strikeouts, 8 hits allowed. First pitch on the way from Chirinos to Wallach is down below the knees for a ball. It's 1-0. You know, the funny thing about this is the 1-0 pitch on the way inside, ball 2, 2-0. When the Atlanta Braves faced the Chicago White Sox right out of the gate of the All-Star break, we missed Giolito by 1 start. Had we faced him as the 2-0 pitch, swing and a miss, pulled the string on that one, it's 2-1. Had we faced him and he had done this against the Braves, I don't think there's any way in the world the Angels make the trade for him. The 2-1 pitch, down and away, 3-1. We faced Cease that weekend, and I remember even talking about how we're dodging the Giolito bullet that we had to face Cease. Little did I know we were going to do this to Giolito when we did see him. The 3-1 pitch, swung on, it hit hard down the line, foul, it's 3-2. And imagine this for folks who may not be familiar with Braves baseball, might just be tuning in as either an Angels fan or just a casual baseball fan. The Braves usually stink in the middle of the week during a day game. Usually these Wednesday, Thursday getaway games, their offense is terrible. Imagine what they would have done at nighttime. The 3-2 pitch, right there at the knees. Got him! He got caught watching the paint dry. 2 away. Chirinos dealing another out. Now with a 9-1 lead, you can really let Chirinos sit out there for a while, pitch deep into the game, and save your bullpen for the weekend as we're heading to Wrigley. You never know what that's going to turn into. Wrigley Field, all 3 day games this weekend, so the ball could be flying. First pitch on the way From Chirinos to Adams is swung on, grounded up the middle. Here comes Ozzie just left of the second base bag, and it's a 1, 2, 3 inning ending 4-3 putout. We'll be back in a flash.
They've given me less than 1 year to turn this place around. Forget about the way it used to be. This is not a damn democracy. We are in a state of emergency, and my word is law.
Don't miss a moment of heart-stopping NFL coverage on Armchair Quarterback Radio.
Rickey. He's going to go all the way unless Blackwood can catch him, and he can't.
3rd and 3. We'll see a pickup sometime on the right side, possibly.
Montana looking, throwing in the end zone. Caught it. Dwight Clark.
Only 12 seconds left to play third quarter. Here's Marcus Allen. Cutting back upfield, and Marcus Allen could be gone. 74 yards for Marcus Allen.
The quiet man of this football team, Scott Norwood. He can fire the shot heard round the world now. Here we go with 8 seconds to play. High drama here in the Super Bowl. But in the end, got the distance.
Two last questions. The combine, what was that experience like for you?
You don't know me, do you?
Huh?
You don't know me, do you? I never went to a combine.
You didn't go to the combine. How about the draft?
I never got drafted.
Then I know. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Armchair.
It's a pastime, something you do. It's entertainment, something you watch. And it's a shared experience, something you talk about and read about. And that's marvelous, but you can apply those same 3 criteria to other things. What makes baseball special is that it's the best game that's ever been devised.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. First pitch to Marcell Ozuna was a swing and a miss strike. It's 0-1. Followed by a slider well off the plate wide. Berea is back to work. Jaime Berea, the 1-1 pitch, righty-righty matchup. Swing, and that ball is lifted foul and out of play. It's 1-2. Marcell Ozuna 0 for 2 with 2 flyouts. Sitting here in the bottom of the 5th inning, if you're just joining us on radio, it is 9-1 Atlanta. The 1-2 pitch, swing, and that ball's belted high and deep, going back on the track, just in front of the warning track, making the catch, hustling over his Grichuk. Thought it had a chance to get up against the wall, but it kind of died out there. Ball's really been flying, but it had a little more backspin. And there's one away. Eddie Rosario will come to the plate. Eddie Rosario really got it going last inning when he worked the walk. Then the offensive explosion came. 6 runs last inning. The first pitch on the way to Eddie is right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Eddie is 0 for 1 with a walk and a run scored. The 0-1. Way outside wide, 1-1. The 1-1 pitch from Berea. Swing and fouled off down the third base line. 1-2. Thank you, Tim. 1-2 the count. The 1-2 pitch, swing, and fouls it away. We'll do it again at 1-2. A 1-2 count to Eddie, swung on and lifted high, not very deep into center field. Underneath it is Adams. So 2 down, F8 in your scorebook. Orlando Arcia steps in. First pitch on the way. Swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. Braves 9, Angels 1. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and lifts it high. Not very deep. Should be playable in right field. Renfroe makes the catch, and it's a quick 1-2-3 inning. Atlanta Braves lead it 9-1. We head to the top of the 6th.
Make sure when your shift is over, you go home alive.
Look at that! The Hendersons are getting a new fence.
Ah, who cares? They're swingers.
I want a new fence.
Need a home loan fast? At the American Bank of Los Santos, we'll help you get the debt you need to make life easier. We'll show you how to look richer and be poorer. You need to impress people fast. Not in 20 years. It's only a risk if you get into money troubles or the economy changes. Call American Bank of Los Santos. Now that the kids have moved out and have drug problems of their own, maybe it's time to install a luxury marble wet bar. American Bank of Los Santos. Why worry about tomorrow if you look inadequate today?
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Lose some weight.
Oh, come on, quickly. Will you don't give me that.
Look at me. 92. And I still enjoy swimming and golfing and biking, all sports.
Whoopee.
That too.
Come on, after all, at your age, must be down to a handshake, huh?
Yep, before and after.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
You're listening to Braves Country Baseball on Braves Country HD. Please like and subscribe today, youtube.com/@Braves Country. Welcome back, Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch on the way. It's off the plate wide for a ball from Cheerness. He's back out there. 1-0 pitch. Leadoff hitter Rengifo swung on, banged right back up the middle, and Ozzy's got it, throws across his body. One hopper that'll go off the dugout after it hops over the head of Matt Olson. The leadoff runner is on. Shohei Ohtani coming to the plate. Yanni first looked like he was going to make a move to try to make that play. He let it go up the middle. I think he thought it was going to be an atom ball to Ozzy, but Ozzy and the infield were actually playing him to pull. So he had a long way to go, not much of a chance of making that play. The first pitch on the way to Shohei Ohtani is swung on and roasted into the right field. Cutting it off before it gets to the wall is Ronald Acuna Jr., and the runners are on the corners. Nobody out here in the top of the 6th. So third time through the lineup, Angels are hitting Cheerios pretty good right now. And Snicker will come out, and that'll be it. We'll be back in a flash. Braves lead at 9-1 here on Braves Country.
Max, a woman in my section wants to know if we do anything gluten-free. What do I tell her? Tell her she's not allergic to gluten. She's just masking an eating disorder.
Who wins in a cage match of Ronda Rousey and Bruce Jenner versus Ronda Rousey and Bruce Jenner, or Caitlyn Jenner, versus Michael Sam and Ray Rice. Well, I tried to make it as even as possible.
Armchair.
Hey, Braves fans, I'm Mac Magee with Braves Country. We'll be right here on the key all year long giving you Braves Country baseball, pitch by pitch, inning by inning of your Atlanta Braves. Make sure to catch Braves Country right here on the key. We go live 3 to 5, and we'll keep you up to date on the upcoming schedule for Braves Country. That's Braves Country HD and Braves Country baseball right here on the key.
Listen, that's a bunch of hooey, that soft and cuddly feeling. We're going to hug a thug, and if we give them, another popsicle and an icy and a day out at the park, they're going to be good. Y'all need to wake up. They'll eat your ice cream on Saturday and shoot up the rivals on Saturday night.
I heard that this year we at Harvard won the baseball championship because we have a pitcher who has a fine curveball. I am further instructed that the purpose of the curveball is to deliberately deceive the batter. Harvard is not in the business of teaching deception. Charles Eliot, president of Harvard College.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves lead it. Score of 9-1, but Yanni Chirinos has been run out of this inning. Runners on the corners, nobody out, and here comes Michael Tonkin. Tonkin comes in and fires the first pitch way outside for a ball. It's 1-0. Michael Tonkin, the 1-0 pitch, misses outside wide, ball 2-0. Tonkin comes in with a 3.19 ERA. He last pitched on July 29th. The 2-0 pitch, outside wide ball 3-0. Came in against the Brewers that day. Threw a scoreless inning there. Before that, it was July 25th against Boston in Fenway. And he immediately walks the first batter on 4 pitches. The bases are loaded. Nobody out. In the heart of the Angels' order, coming and due up. Bases loaded, nobody out. Grichuk, cleanup hitter, comes to the plate. The first pitch is 94 up top for a strike. It's 0-1. I mean, when you come in up 9-1, and I know the bases he inherited 2 base runners, but a big lead like that, you just got to tell Tonkin, pretend like there's nobody on base because you've got so much error to play with. Quick time was called as Darnode was having a problem with the pitch comm, pad on his knee. Tonkin will go back to work. The 0-1 pitch, lets it fly right there on the edge. Called for a skinny ball, I guess. It's 1-1. Looked like it hit the very edge of the zone on his way on through, but home plate umpire Fairchild called it a ball. It's 1-1. The 1-1 lets it go. Swing and a miss, 94 up top. It's 1-2. Foul tipped it into the glove. Might have just gotten a hair of it. Either way, you got a 1-2 count. Bases are loaded. Nobody out. The pitch on the way. Down and in. 2-2. Randall Grichuk, 1 for 1 with a single and a walk. Standing on deck is Renfroe, the 2-2 pitch. Right there, caught looking, strike 3. He was looking for the local and got the express, and there's one away. I think both of them are having an issue with the pitch comm. Not really sure if they're going to make a change or whatnot, but you can tell Tonkin's been messing with his hat, and Darnode the knee pad in between pitches. First pitch on the way from Tonkin to Renfroe's off the plate for a ball. It's 1-0. Got to figure if things go well, Tonkin will be asked to eat a couple of innings here. The 1-0. Swung on, roasted right to first base. Here comes Matt Olson, fires it down to second. Arcia flips it, the relay to first, and they're going to say that the runner just beat Tonkin to the bag. So a run does score. There's 2 outs. Runners will be on the corner. We'll see if he might have missed the bag altogether. The throw beat it. Tonkin beat it, but he may not have touched the bag. Looking at the replay, one of the replays was hard to tell because Olson was blocking the view. I don't think he ever touched the bag. First pitch on the way to Escobar, swung on and hit high and deep in the center off the right field wall, and it's going to be down for extra bases. 1 run will score. It looks like 2 runs will score. It's a bases clearing triple, and the lead is now just 9-4. Ball was high off the wall, almost left the yard. Escobar was sitting dead red. You see that a lot with the pitchers because of the pitch clock. When they have to cover the bag and they come back, that first pitch, I think it's pretty smart for Escobar to be sitting dead red to just figure they're just going to try to get it over because they're a little out of breath. First pitch on the way from Tonkin to Nato is right in their first strike. It's 0-1. So the Braves once led 9-4. It's now just a 5-run lead. We got a long way to go. The 0-1 pitch. Swing and drags it foul down the third base line. It's 0-2. Still needing 10 defensive outs to secure the series win. Braves would have loved to seen these guys cruise and not have to use any of their high leverage guys. They do have the day off tomorrow, so most of them will be available. Time is called by Nato as he's down 0-2, runner on third, 2 outs. Meanwhile, Rick Kranitz is on the phone talking to the bullpen. The 0-2 pitch, down and away, 1-2. You do wonder if you would see Brad Hand today. I just have my doubts. He pitched the night before he was traded and then had a long flight in, and it's a day game. The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 3, and that'll end the inning. So they cut the lead to 5, but the Braves still lead heading to the bottom of the 6th inning. It's 9-4. Michael Harris coming to the dish.
I was going to Columbia, for Christ's sakes. Wants to be some kind of a professional woman, like you.
A psychiatrist?
And I have to listen to guys like me whine all day.
Here's payoff pitch and swing on and miss. Strike 3. Yak 'em. We're 1 out away, Braves country, from a trip to the World Series. Whatever superstition you got, do it. The entire city of Atlanta, the entire South is standing on their feet, trying to will the Braves into the World Series. Here's the 1-0 pitch. And swung on and ripped over to Dansby Swanson. Dansby's got it. He fires over to first. Baby, sound the trumpets. Do the job through the streets. Your Atlanta Braves are headed to the 2021 World Series. Oh, baby. We have not been into the World Series in 22 years. But come Tuesday night in Houston, we'll have first pitch. Go dance in the streets, baby.
Have you ever protested anything?
Sure, every time I get thrown out of the pub.
By the end of the Civil War, baseball was the national pastime, North and South, West as well as East. Soldiers took the game home with them, and it grew.
It's our game. That's the chief fact in connection with it.
America's game, has the snap, go, fling of the American atmosphere. It belongs as much to our institutions, fits into them as significantly as our Constitution's laws, is just as important in the sum total of our historic life. Walt Whitman.
Please like and subscribe today. YouTube.com/@BravesCountry. Welcome back, Braves Country Baseball. The first pitch to Michael Harris, the second, is down and away for a ball. It's 1-0. Atlanta Braves lead it. Your score is 9-4, bottom of the sixth inning. The 1-0 pitch rocks and fires. Swing, and that ball is going to get laced into center field. And a diving attempt by Adams misplays the ball, did get a piece of it, so Harris is around to second. See how they score that. It's a difficult play to make. Old school defensive scoring, they would have said that that was a single and an error. Nowadays, I think they may give him the benefit of the doubt that it was a difficult play. He did knock the ball down. If he doesn't make contact with that ball, Harris is at least at third, maybe even more. So nonetheless, runner on second, nobody out to start the inning. Ronald Acuna Jr. comes to the plate. Acuna, righty-righty matchup. The first pitch off the edge for a ball. It's 1-0. The 1-0 pitch lets it fly just off the plate. 2-0. Acuna, 2 for 3, a 3-run jack. If you're just joining us, way back in the third inning. Pitch on the way inside, spins him around, ball 3, excuse me. So a 3-0 count to Acuna. Harris standing on second. Acuna's got to be sitting dead red here. Ozzie on deck. The 3-0 pitch. On the way in the dirt, ball 4, and the Atlanta Braves have runners on first and second. Nobody out in the heart of the order coming to the plate. Ozzie Albies, 1 for 2 at triple. First pitch on the way is way outside wide for a ball. It's 0-1. Ozzie Albies has a triple, a sac fly, an RBI. Harris on second, Acuna on first. Speed on the base paths. The 1-0 pitch. Outside wide. Ball 2, 2-0. Standing on deck is Austin Riley. In the hole, Matt Olson. The 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss, 93 off the cut. It's 2-1. Chased a fastball a little off the plate. Acuna sits at 25 home runs. Riley, 25 home runs. Ozzie at 24. The 2-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, and he was going for 25. Came out of his shoes on that one. It's 2-2. A slider at the top of the zone, and Ozzie was trying to yak it down the right field line. Braves 9, Angels 4. Bravo scored 3 in the third, 6 in the fourth. The 2-2 pitch. Swing, and that ball's belted high, deep into center field. Is it deep enough to advance? Harris is going to tag up. Here's the throw, a high throw over the head of the third baseman. Good backup by Berea. And on the play, when the throw headed towards third, Acuna took off as well. So the Braves have second and third, 1 out. Adams was trying to gun down Harris. He probably should have thrown the ball to second. The rookie making his debut wanted to show off his arm. He's got a strong arm. It's just wasn't an accurate throw. airmailed it. They don't back that up. There's at least one run scores. It probably goes into the dugout, maybe even scores two. First pitch on the way to Austin Riley is high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. Riley, 1 for 3, a 2-run shot. Matt Olson stands on deck. Wonder if this may be the end of the line for Berea. The 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss, 94 on the outer edge. It's 1-1. Austin Riley hit his 25th earlier in the game in the second inning after Acuna's 25th in the third inning, the 1-1. Swing and a miss, chase that slider well off the plate. It's 1-2. Riley now stands with 66 RBIs and an 841 OPS. The 1-2 pitch off the plate wide, 2-2. What was it? A little over a week ago, people were talking about wanting to drop Austin Riley in the order. You remember that nonsense? The 2-2 pitch. Berea lets it go. Swing and pops it back foul out of play. We'll do it again at 2-2. Braves 9, Angels 4. Standing on deck is Olson with a 2-2 count, 2 on. Bottom of the 6th inning. Wind up and lets it fly. Slider in the dirt. Ball 3. It's about time to turn back time. We'll squeeze those in as we go along. The action now is at the plate. You got a full count to Austin Riley. Runners on second and third. A fly ball, anything would bring in that 10th run. The 3-2 pitch. Caught, looking, strike 3. Slider at the top of the zone. And there's 2 away. You wonder if they'll automatically give Olson another bag. They did it the last time up. Pitch around him to go to Darnode. It would load the bases, but that's exactly what they're going to do. So another automatic pass to Olson. By the way, the sports writers around, and I know that they're very slanted towards what they think is hot, but they've been killing the Braves about the automatic passes to Ohtani, the couple that he's had in this series. The first pitch on the way to Darnode is swung on and fouled back out of play. It's 0-1. I don't want to hear it anymore because they've walked Olson automatically twice, and he leads the National League and leads major leagues in RBIs. Leads the National League in home runs and the major leagues in RBI. The 0-1 to Darnode on the way, high and out of the zone, 1-1. Braves 9, Angels 1. The 1-1 pitch. Berea lets it go. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. On this date in 1907, the Senators' 19-year-old rookie right-hander Walter Johnson makes his major league debut, losing to the Tigers 3-2. Ty Cobb gets the first hit off the future Hall of Famer with the bunt single. Johnson will go on to a legendary career as the 1-2 pitches in the dirt. Ball 2, 2-2. Walter Johnson will finish with 417 wins, an ERA lifetime of 2.17, and 110 shutouts in his career, all with the Washington Senators. The 2-2 to Darnode lets it fly. Swing, and that ball's hit hard on the ground into left field. 1 run will score. Harris comes around. 2 runs will score. Ronald Acuna comes around. And the Atlanta Braves lead at 11-4 here in the bottom of the 6th inning. Olson goes first to second on the play. A 2 RBI single for Travis Darnode. 11-4 your score. Good hard hit ball by Travis Darnode. Rips it in between short and third. And Travis d'Arnaud adds to the party. So we got runners on first and second, 2 out. They'll leave Berea in. First pitch to Ozuna, swung on and fouled away. It's 0-1. On this date in 1979, Thurman Munson dies when his jet, as he's learning to fly, clips a tree and crashes 1,000 feet short of the runway. The 32-year-old Yankee catcher took lessons over the 2 years as the one pitch is swung on and pops it up high in the sky. Can of corn. Rengifo will make the catch, and that'll end the inning. But not before your Atlanta Braves put 2 more on the board. Atlanta leads it 11-4 as we head to the top of the 7th. I want to finish this one off. The great Thurman Munson dies in 1979, crashes about 1,000 feet short of the runway. The 32-year-old Yankee catcher had been taking lessons to get home more easily on off days to be with his family in Ohio. And that was in 1979. We'll finish the turn back time when we come back. Braves lead it 11-4.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. You'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey Antones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th right here on Braves Country HD 99.1 FM WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback, the All-American man.
It's baseball season now, but hockey will be back before you know it. Join the Columbus River Dragons as they celebrate the team's 5th anniversary season in 2023-24. Season tickets are on sale now with no price increase from last season. Lock up your favorite seat for every exciting moment. Call the River Dragons at 706-507-4625 or go online to rdragons.com. That's rdragons.com. River Dragons Hockey. Get fired up.
Country baseball. Pierce Johnson's going to come to the party as he is coming into the game with his 5.62 ERA acquired in Colorado. Mentioned this yesterday, though. His splits are much, much different on the road than they were at Coors Field. And he had a pretty good career, especially when he was in San Diego a few years back. So Johnson is set to face Wallach, the hind catcher, 8-9-1 batters. The first pitch on the way is right there on the edge of the plate for a strike. It's 0-1. Slider hitting. The 0-1 pitch on the way from Pierce, swung on and lifted high, but not very deep into center field. Patrolling underneath it, making the catch is Money Mike, and there's one away. So one down. The Atlanta Braves lead at 11-4 in the top of the 7th inning. The rookie making his debut, Adams, steps to the plate. Righty-righty matchup, and the pitch is in the dirt for a ball. It's 1-0. Finishing up that turn back time on this date in 1981 is the 1-0 pitch from PJ. Lets it fly just off the, no, grabs the edge of the plate. Good pitch by Johnson. Thought it was going to fade off. It's 1-1. Curveball to start the at bat. On this date, 1981, the Hall of Fame inducts 3 legends as the 1-1 pitch from Johnson. Swing and a miss. It's 1-2. Curveball again. Bob Gibson with his 251 wins and 3,117 strikeouts. 10-time All-Star first baseman Johnny Mize of the Cardinals, the Giants, and Yankees, and Negro League pioneer Rube Foster all go into the Hall of Fame. The 1-2 pitch just misses. Another curve, 2-2. The Baseball Writers Association of America selected the right-hander first year of eligibility, with Mize and Foster getting in on the Veterans Committee. That was in 81. The 2-2 pitch off the plate wide. Ball 3, 3-2. Jordan Adams 0 for 2. The strikeout, a ground out. The 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Pumped it right by him, and there's 2 away. And on this date in 1987, the temperature was up over 102 degrees. Kevin Seitzer has a sizzling day of his own at the plate. 6 for 6, driving in 7 runs. The Kansas City rookie third baseman, who is the current hitting coach for your Atlanta Braves. The pitch is on the way, swung on, hit hard on the ground, scooped up by Olsen. He'll step on the bag, and that'll end the inning. We got the 7th inning stretch. We'll finish up on Seitzer's day when we come back.
All right, I can't see you. Let me hear you. All 1, 2, 3. We out to the ball game. We out to the find me something up
It's a shame, for it's 1, 2, 3, stretch around and be home again. Take me out to the ball game. Take me out with the crowd. Buy me some peanuts and cracker jacks. I don't care if I ever get back. Let me
You sound better tonight.
Welcome back, Braves Country Baseball. I'd like to welcome in the listeners to WQEE 99.1 FM, along with the other 4 affiliates carrying Brave Country Baseball this afternoon. Eddie Rosario comes to the plate. He takes a swing at the first pitch he sees and pops it high in the sky, not very deep at all. It'll be an easy F9 to Renfroe for out number 1. On this date in 1987, the temperature over 102 degrees. Kevin Seitzer, now the Atlanta Braves hitting coach today, went 6 for 6, driving in 7 runs. The Kansas City rookie third baseman offensive output includes a pair of home runs. His first pitch on the way to Arce is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. A pair of home runs in a 13-5 win over the Red Sox. The 1-0 pitch is inside for a strike. It's 1-1. Kevin Seitzer would go on to a career that would include 2-time All-Star in 87 and 95 for the Royals. And that's your turn back time for August 2nd in Major League Baseball. The 2-1 pitch, or the 1-1 pitch off the plate wide, it's 2-1. Braves 11, Angels 4. The 2-1. Swing and fouls it away. It's 2-2. This will go ahead and hit the birthdays. A couple of these birthdays are tomorrow. Since we don't have a game tomorrow, we want to go ahead and hit them up, especially this one. 2-2 pitch, high and inside, ball 3-3-2. Mr. Jared Schuster turns 25 today. Happy birthday to him. Ex-Anaheim Angel, Houston Street turns 40 tomorrow. The 3-2 pitch on the way. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. And there's 2 away. Other baseball birthdays going on. Paul DeYoung turns 30. Just traded from St. Louis to Toronto. Remember, the great Tim Wakefield turns 57, finished with 200 wins in his career from 92 to 2011. First pitch on the way to Harris is down and out for a ball. It's 1-0. Remember Grady Sizemore, he turns 41 today. The 1-0 pitch swung on and lifted high, not deep at all. Shallow fly ball into left field, and that'll end the inning. So just like that, on a hot day, leading 11-4, 3 up, 3 down. We'll be back in a flash.
Wrong, 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 wrong. Wrong, 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 wrong. You're wrong. You're wrong. To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone. Done. By taking pictures of his important documents, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
We're down to 1 strike here. Gurriel, the last hope for the Houston Astros. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swung on, bounced over to Dansby. Dansby fires it over to first. And here comes the dog pile. Fire the cannons in the battery. Do the chop, baby. All throughout Braves country. Pump that top. Your Atlanta Braves have won it all. Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, and 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
1868. Somehow or other, they don't play ball nowadays as they used to some 8 or 10 years ago. I don't mean to say that they don't play it as well, but I mean that they don't play with the same kind of feelings or for the same objects they used to. It appears to me that ball matches have come to be controlled by different parties and for different purposes than those that prevailed in 1858 or 1859.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Kirby Yates will head to the hill. Yates set to face Shohei Ohtani. Comes in with a 3.38 ERA, 53 strikeouts. Back to the birthdays, non-baseball birthdays. Kristaps Porzingis, or the unicorn as they call him, newly acquired by the Boston Celtics. He turns 28 today. In the non-sports birthdays, Mary Louise Parker is 59. James Hetfield of Metallica is 59. It's the first pitch on the way to Shohei is inside for a ball, down and in. It's 1-0. Martin Sheen turns 82. Martha Stewart turns 81 tomorrow, along with Tom Brady, turning 45 tomorrow. And that's your birthdays in Braves Country. The 1-0 pitch, down and in, 2-0. You got a 2-0 count to Ohtani. Braves lead at 11-4, top of the 8th inning. The wind up the pitch, high and off the plate, 3-0. The 3-0. Yates lets it fly. Just off the plate, wide ball 4. Yates wanted no part of Shohei Ohtani up 11-4. Can't say you blame him, right? You come in, you're like, I'm going to face this guy with a 7-run lead. I don't think I'm going to let him jack my ERA up. So one on, nobody out, excuse me. CJ Cron due up. Righty-righty matchup. The first baseman from the Rockies takes a hack at the first pitch he sees, 94, swing and a miss up top. It's 0-1. Cron, along with Grichuk, came over in the trade a few days ago. He's played this entire series against the Braves from the Rockies. The 0-1 pitch right there at the knees for a strike. It's 0-2. Ohtani heads down to first base. I would say that'll be defensive indifference. Braves weren't holding him on. He just trotted down there. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and grounds it over to third. Riley's got it. Fires it across the diamond. A 5-3 putout for out number 1. Cron down 0-2. Swung at the splitter and just dragged it foul. Ozzie Albies standing next to Shohei Ohtani. Looks like he could put him in his pocket. Of course, he is standing on the bag, but still. So, runner on second, 1 out. Randall Grichuk, the number 4 hitter, comes to the plate. The first pitch, 95 on the outer edge. Called for a strike. It's 0-1. Ohtani will move down to third again on the defensive indifference. Can't imagine that they're awarding stolen bases. The 0-1 pitch. Did he go around? He did not. It's 1-1. No, Shohei Ohtani is yet to hit a home run. Of course, the game isn't over. The series isn't over. But, man, did he come close. That one that Michael Harris stole at the wall. The 1-1 pitch swung on and banged off the plate. It's 1-2. I guess that was game 1 where he absolutely went Superman mode over the center field wall. Good seeing folks in here in the chat here on Braves Country. Welcome in. Tim, Terry, Jacob, Margaret, Goat. If I've missed anyone, I do apologize. It comes at me fast when I'm trying to do this. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. And there's 2 away. Went for the splitter on the inside. Braves lead it 11-4. Defensive indifference, for folks who are wondering, it is when a batter or a runner takes a base, but the defense was giving it to him, so a stolen base is not awarded. First pitch on the way is right there, clips the inside part of the zone to Renfroe. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Yates. 95 on the black. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch. Kirby lets it fly in the dirt. Good take by Renfroe. And it's 1-2. And that is what they called both of those. So neither one of those were awarded a stolen base if you were scoring at home. I just double-checked it on the box score. The 1-2 pitch. Here's the windup in the throw and in the dirt. Tried to get him to chase the splitter. It's 2-2. Braves lead at 11-4. Top of the 8th inning. If you're just joining us, Ronald Acuna Jr. really got it going with the 3-run jack in the third. Then the Braves exploded for 6 in the fourth, including a 2-run home run by Riley and a solo shot by Olsen. The 2-2 pitch. Swing! And just got a piece of that one. We'll do it again. So home runs by Olsen, Riley, and Acuna. 3 RBIs for Acuna, 1 for Ozzie, 2 for Riley, 1 for Olsen, 2 for Darnode, and 2 for Harris. The 2-2 pitch swung on, grounded over towards short. Arceus got it. He'll flip it over to first, and that'll end the inning. So Ohtani gets on but fails to score. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country.
Listen, I do not want to lose any other friends over this, but, are we supposed to hate Smash Mouth? Seriously, what is up? When did that start? Why is that happening? Nobody told me. I just got in a heated fight at the work site, dude. So whatever, you guys. If you don't like Smash Mouth, that's fine. I'll have them all to myself.
These are the top funniest baseball team names of all time. Number 10 are the Amarillo Sod Poodles. What in God's green earth is a sod poodle? I don't know, but somebody please give me one of their hats. Number 9, from my home state of Ohio, the Akron Rubber Ducks. Whoever decided to name a baseball team after a bath toy, good for you. Number 8 are the Traverse City Pit Spitters. Number 7, the Burlington Sock Puppets. The marketing part of every minor league baseball team has to be the only department that never has to get drug tested. Number 6, the Danville Dans. Their mascot isn't even a mascot. It's just a guy whose name is Dan. Number 5 are the San Antonio Flying Chanclas. What is a chancla, you might ask? It's a flip-flop that abuelas throw at their grandchildren when they are misbehaving. Number 4, the Rocket City Trash Pandas. I don't know if I should just be amazed because you guys came up with such a hilarious name. Number 3, the Missouri River Motorboaters. The Bismarck Larks are changing their name to this for one day. They said it was because they want to honor their boat-loving fans. Sure, yeah, right. Number 2 are the Carolina Disco Turkeys. What is a disco turkey? I don't care. It doesn't matter. Take all of my money. And number 1, the Florence Yawls. What is their team name? A yawl. What is a yawl? A water tower. What?
Imagine Bob Feller, 17 years old, in the small farming town of Van Meter, Iowa, throwing against the proverbial wall of the barn and having a fastball that could beat any in the major league at that time. What was particularly extraordinary when the young feller at 17 came into the major leagues, and what people forget is that his fastball was so great because his curveball was extraordinary too.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. The Atlanta Braves leading 11-4. Getting jacks by 3 of their top 4 batters in the lineup. We'll go back to the top of the order, and they're all going to be sitting dead red and swinging for the fences. Ronald Acuna Jr. goes back into the box and takes the first pitch down around the knees for a strike. It's 0-1. Jaime Barria is going to be asked to finish this off. He's already thrown 50 pitches out of the bullpen. The 0-1 pitch off the plate wide, 1-1. Like to see Ozzie get one. He, Acuna, and Riley all came in tied at 24 home runs apiece. Acuna and Riley hit their 25th. The 1-1 pitch swung on and fouled back. It's 1-2. Of course, in this series, for the major league lead in home runs, Matt Olson has creeped a couple closer to Ohtani. The 1-2 pitch, swing, and fouls it away. It's 1-2. Braves 11, Angels 4. I just have my doubts that Ohtani's staying. I think he's staying in Los Angeles. The 1-2 pitch swung on, and that ball is roasted. It's going to get down where the green grass grows. Here comes Acuna. He flies around first. He'll have a head first. No, he actually stays up as the ball was thrown way high. Too small, y'all. It's a leadoff double for your Atlanta Braves. Ronald Acuna Jr. roasted one in the gap and was flying around the base paths as he gets things going here in the top of the 9th inning. Braves looking to tack on. Ozzie Albies coming to the plate. Thought he was going to have to go sliding in to second, but the ball was still way off the mark. Ozzie Albies, who's 1 for 3, does have a triple. First pitch on the way is off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. Braves 11, Angels 4. Next game is Friday. First pitch 2:20 right here on Braves Country HD. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss, just out in front of the changeup. It's 1-1. The 1-1 from Berea raises his red glove and lets it go. Swing, and that ball's belted high and deep. Going back. Off the wall, just missed a home run. Here comes Ronald Acuna Jr. He'll score, and the Atlanta Braves lead at 12-4. An RBI double for Ozzie Albies. Ozzie Albies just missed a home run by about just a couple of feet higher, and it is gone. He hit it just to the left of the brick wall and just below the yellow line, which was heading into the bullpen. So back-to-back doubles to start the inning off. The first pitch on the way to Riley is sawed off, foul out of play. It's 0-1. Braves 12, Angels 4. The 0-1 delivery off the plate wide. Good take by Riley. 1-1. Bottom of the 8th inning. We suspect it may be Max Fried's return on Friday. The 1-1 pitch off the plate wide, 1-2. They'll either make that announcement either on the post game today, which we'll keep you up to date on our post game show. We'll let you know, or they could wait until Thursday, but we expect to know within the next 24 hours. The 1-2 pitch off the plate wide, 2-2. He last pitched Saturday, so he would line up perfectly to go on the bump versus the Cubs on Friday. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, all 3 games here on Braves Country, 2:21 pitch. The 2-2 pitch misses high, ball 3, 3-2. Of course, the Cubs are in the middle of the National League wild card race, so it will not be an easy series. Full count to Riley. Wind up and lets it go, ball 4, and Austin Riley heads down to first. Runners on first and second, nobody out, and here comes Matt Olson. Matt Olson already hit a home run. His 37th of the year. Steps out of the box for a minute as they have a quick chat on the mound between Ball and Maria. We got runners on first and second, nobody out. Matt Olson standing at the plate, leading the National League in home runs and RBI. And here we go. First pitch on the way, off the plate, changeup misses, 1-0. Standing on deck is Darnode. The 1-0 to Olson, righty-lefty matchup. Lets it go. Swing and a miss. Right over the changeup. Out of the zone, 1-1. Braves with 12 runs, 12 hits, no errors. Angels 4-7-0. The 1-1 pitch. Swing! And that ball's lifted high over the third base line, left field line. Making the catch is the left fielder. Fairly shallow left field in foul territory, and there's one away. When Olson first swung at it, he didn't think it was going to stay in play, nor did I, and didn't quite send it as far foul as it appeared at first. He started to run down the line afterwards. Really wouldn't have mattered. It was foul no matter what. So runners on first and second, 1 out. Travis d'Arnaud, who's 1 for 4 with a 2 RBI single. The first pitch is swung on, and that ball is going to get laced over second base. Making the catch is Velasquez, who is in for Rengifo. He'll make the catch, a jumping catch on a soft line drive, and there's now 2 away. Ozzie Albies had to race back to the bag, beat him by a step or 2. And he's doing Ozzie Albies type things, waving at the dugout, kissing his bicep. I don't know what his bicep has to do with running back to the base, but the first pitch on the way to Marcell Ozuna is just off the plate wide for a ball. It's 1-0. I think they were comparing the difference between him and Velasquez. They're both shorter stature. The 1-0 pitch off the plate, down and away. It's 2-0. Really, that last swing by Travis on a normal defense, it's an RBI single, but they had him played perfectly. The 2-0 pitch swung on, grounded over to short, and it'll be a 6-4 flip of the bag to end the inning. Braves score 1. We'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country to try to wrap this puppy up.
If dating is the game, then marriage is winning the game.
Yeah, if you're playing in the women's league.
Hey, fantastic. Every single one of you. I mean, I'm not just talking about these last 60 minutes. I'm talking about the quarterback schools, the mini camp, the off season, the training camp, down in Austin when it was hot and you were tired. The whole bit. Everybody, you did one hell of a job. And the only thing else I got to say is, how about them Cowboys?
Armchair.
To protect his family from disaster, Steve used his camera phone.
Done.
By taking pictures of his important document, Steve can always have them stored online. Learn more simple disaster prep tips at ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Hey, Braves Country. Braves Country HD is bringing you Braves Country Baseball all year long. Hi, I'm Mac Magee. We'll be bringing you play-by-play, pitch-by-pitch, inning-by-inning of your Atlanta Braves. Braves Country comes to you every Tuesday night and Friday night, with 2 bonus games every week. Please like and subscribe to youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
First thing about it, and this seems so obvious that maybe we overlook it, baseball is a beautiful thing. It's more beautiful in an old park that's asymmetrical and quirky, but even in a dome with artificial turf, it's beautiful. The way the field fans out, the choreography of the sport, the pace and rhythm of it, the fact that that pace and rhythm allows for conversation and reflection and opinion and comparison.
Welcome back to Braves Country Baseball. Colin McHugh will come in. That's kind of telling. You don't necessarily expect to see Colin McHugh in a blowout. Kind of tells you where he is in the pecking order of the bullpen these days. Thought we might see Heller, but instead McHugh comes in. 3.98 ERA. He had a shaky outings last time out, and maybe he just wants to get some work in. First pitch on the way from Colin is clips the outside part of the zone for a strike. Sweeper grabs it. It's 0-1. Escobar, the number 6 hitter, who hit a triple his last time up. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, strike. It's 0-2. The 0-2 pitch swung on and grounded over towards Ozzie at second. And it goes off of Ozzie, and he's limping a little bit. Hopefully he's okay. Take another look at this. The ball just kind of went off his. Snicker's going out there to look at him. This would not be good. Let's see what happened. The ball just went off his glove. He's walking it off. But I mean, this would be a perfect time to go ahead and put Lopez in, make sure he's okay. Let's not get cute. Up 12-4. He came over to make the play, and it just kind of went off his glove. I know these guys don't like to come out. That's one of the things that you love about the Braves. They have that everyday mentality. The last thing you want to do is have a long-term injury. Looks like they're going to let him stay in. I, for one, would have preferred to see them go ahead and let Lopez come in and see what he's got. He's still limping around a little bit. He's double tapping his foot every time, too, so I don't know if that's got anything to do with that or... But anyways, it looks like we'll go back to work. Colin McHugh fires in the first pitch. And it misses high and out of the zone. It's 1-0. 1-0 pitch to Zach Nato, the shortstop. Pitch on the way. Off the plate wide. Ball 2, 2-0. Runner on second, nobody out. The 2-0 inside ball 3, 3-0. Error was charged to Ozzie Albies. That ball went off his glove. The 2-0 pitch. Right there. Right down the heart of the plate for a strike. 3-1. The 3-1 count. Swing and a miss. 90-mile-an-hour cutter. 3-2. So a 3-2 count to Nato. Steps out of the box and calls his timeout. The wind up and pitch. Lifts the glove, lets it go. Swung on, and that ball's hit high and hard into the left center field gap up over the wall. It'll be a ground rule double, and it's 12-5 as the runner scores. Good one, Go. I do know about stuff in your town about losing your life. I didn't even think about that. So 12-5 your score after the ground rule double RBI. Be an unearned run. The first pitch on the way. Swung on. That ball is hammered into left field right at Rosario. He'll make the catch for out number 1. Chris Wallach. Never thought I'd say this, but I'll be glad not to see him. He's been hammering the ball against us all series long. I, for one, was glad he didn't play last night. You don't normally say that about a Husky catcher batting .216, but he's been pounding the ball on us. The rookie Adams comes to the plate. The first pitch to Adams is fastball top of the zone for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Swung on, grounded hard over to Arcia. Arcia's got it. Flips it over to first. 6-3 put out. So 2 down. Runner stays at second. You know you're getting old when stubbing your toe almost kills you twice in about a year and a half span, whatever it's been. Like, ain't this going to be a heck of a way to die? First pitch on the way to McHugh. Clips the top of the zone for a strike. It's 0-1. The 0-1 pitch. Lets it fly. Inside, misses, 1-1. Standing on deck is Shohei Ohtani. I say if he comes up, you just walk him. I don't care. The 1-1 pitch. Inside, just swung on and fouled that. I think he fouled that off his foot. It's 1-2. Angels down to their last strike. So a 1-2 count. They're giving Rajifa a chance to walk off. It did look like it was fouled off on his instep. Appears to be okay, but he's now gripping the right side or the outer part of his right shoe, so maybe it went off of his foot. Thought it went off his instep at first, but oh yeah, it did. It smoked him right at the top of the foot on the right, on the front foot. So a 1-2 count. The 1-2 pitch. Swing and taps it over towards short. Arcea's got it. Fires it across the diamond. And I'm talking about a bullet, baby, to end the game. 6-3 put out. I'd love to see how fast that was. They talk about Ellie De La Cruz throwing the ball fast. That ball was an absolute missile going across the diamond. And on the mark. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win. 12-5. They win the series. 12 runs, 12 hits, 1 error, 5 runs, 8 hits, no errors for the Los Angeles Angels. The game is going to finish up in 2 hours and about 40 minutes. Capacity crowd of 89% capacity today, 36,495. Pretty darn good for a getaway game at a 12:20 pitch in the middle of the week. And your Atlanta Braves get another W, and they'll put the pressure on the rest of the league as well. This was the first game of the day. Braves win it 12-5. Appreciate everybody in the chat. We're going to do the post-game show coming up, take a small break, and when we come back, we will talk the post-game. We've got the Sarge on the way later on. We're also going to talk about not just what happened in this game, but looking forward to the Chicago series, but also the fallout of the trade deadline that wasn't a whole lot of moving and shaking. And does that make the Atlanta Braves still the favorite to win the World Series? We'll step aside and be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Keep it locked in here on WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and Braves Country HD as we step aside for just a moment here on the postgame show. You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today, Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE.
It all starts with just one thing. Glass jars can be reused to store food and spices, as a holder for combs and brushes in the bathroom, or as a container for plants and homemade candles, in addition to simply being recycled. Find tips and more at onethingus.com.
Hey folks, this is Mark White with The Mark White Show, and you can tune into The Mark White Show every Saturday from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. right here on Rock 99 WQEE The Key, the home of Southern sports and talk.
I'm Amy Lawrence, and I'm up late, always, after hours, hanging out with you on CBS Sports Radio. Check it out, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific.
Enjoy sun-drenched days, epic stays, and plenty of room to roam in Greater Fort Lauderdale. Our hotels, attractions, and restaurants have taken the Visit Lauderdale's Safe and Clean pledge so you can relax and explore with confidence. When you're ready for that well-deserved staycation, our 23 miles of golden beaches await. Find wide-open spaces to hike, bike, kayak, and paddleboard. Visit your favorite attractions, then dine out in style in dining rooms or al fresco on waterfront patios. Learn more at sunny.org.
Braves Country today. We're talking Southern sports. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Braves Country today. Southern sports talk with the voice of Braves Country baseball, Mac Magee. Joined every day from sports analysts from all over Braves Country, talking college football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, and what's trending in the world of sports. Braves Country today. We go live 3 to 5 weekdays right here on WQEE. Lineup for yesterday by Ogden Ash. A is for Alex, the great Alexander. More goose eggs he pitched than a popular gander. B is for Bresnahan, back of the plate. The Cubs were his love and McGraw his hate. C is for Cobb, who grew spikes not corn, and made all the basemen wish they weren't born. D is for Dean, the grammatical diz. When they asked who's the tops, said correctly I is. E is for Evers, his jaw in advance, never afraid to tinker with chance. F is for Fordham, and Frankie and Fish. I wish he were back with the Giants, I wish. G is for Gehrig, the pride of the stadium. His record pure gold, his courage pure radium. H is for Hornsby. When pitching to Raj, the pitcher would pitch, then the pitcher would dodge. I is for me, not a hard-hitting man, but an outstanding all-time, incurable fan. J is for Johnson, the big train in his prime, was so fast he could throw 3 strikes at a time. K is for Keeler, as fresh as green paint, the fastest and mostest to hit where they ain't. L is for LaHoy, whom Clevelanders love, Napoleon himself with glue in his glove. M is for Matty, who carried a charm in the form of an extra brain in his arm. N is for Newsom, Bobo's favorite Ken. You ask how he's here, he talked himself in. O is for Ott, of the restless right foot. When he leaned on the pellet stay put. P is for Plank, the arm of the A's. When he tangled with Matty, games lasted for days. Q is for Don Quixote, Cornelius Mack. Neither Yankees nor years can halt his attack. R is for Ruth, to tell you the truth. There's no more to be said, just R is for Ruth. S is for Speaker, swift center field tender. When the ball saw him coming, it yelled, I surrender. T is for Terry, the giant from Memphis, whose 400 average you can't overemphasize. U would be Ubel if Carl wore a Cockney, but we say Hubble in baseball like football in Rockney. V is for Vance, the Dodgers' very own Dazzy. None of his rivals could throw as fast as he. W, Wagner, the bow-legged beauty, short, close to all traffic with Honus on duty. X is the first of 2 X's in Fox, who was right behind Ruth with his powerful socks. Y is for Young, the magnificent sigh. People battled against him, but I never knew why. Z is for Zenith, the summit of fame. These men are up there. These men are the game. Lineup for yesterday, Ogden Ash, January 1949, Sport Magazine. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your home for the SEC.
Back third down on the 8. In trouble. Got a block behind him. Going to throw on a run. Complete to the 25. To the 30. Lindsey's got 35, 41. Lindsey, 25, 20, 50, 10, 5. Lindsey stop. Lindsey stop. Lindsey stop. SEC.
Armchair.
Dixie Handle Company, 5 generations of the Strickland family have produced quality hardwood farm and garden tools, wooden shutters, and custom furniture. This small business has been owned and operated since 1992 and ships to customers across the world. If you're looking for the highest quality tool handles, Dixie Handle Company is your place. Every item is hand-picked to your specifications. If it's made of wood, they do it. Call now, 931-722-3395. That's 931-722-3395. Or go online to DixieHandle.com. The Dixie Handle Company. Welcome to Craftsmanship, a proud sponsor of Braves Country Baseball.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neal, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Casey at the Bat by Ernest Lawrence Thayer. The outlook wasn't brilliant for the Mudville Nine that day. The score stood 4-2, but with 1 inning more to play. And when Cooney died at first and Barrows did the same, a pall-like silence fell upon the patrons of the game. A straggling few got up to go in deep despair. The rest clung to the hope which springs eternal in the human breast. They thought, if only Casey could but get a whack at that, we'd put up even money now with Casey at the bat. But Flynn preceded Casey, as did Jimmy Blake, and the former was a hoodoo, while the latter was a cake. So upon that stricken multitude grim, melancholy sat, for there seemed but little chance of Casey getting to the bat. But Flynn let drive a single, to the wonderment of all, and Blake, the much despised, tore the cover off the ball. And when the dust had lifted and men saw what had occurred, there was Jimmy safe at second and Flynn a hugging third. Then from 5,000 throats and more rose a lusty yell. It rumbled through the valley, it rattled in the dell. It pounded on the mountain and recoiled upon the flat, for Casey, mighty Casey, was advancing to the bat. There was ease in Casey's manner as he stepped into his place. There was pride in Casey's bearing, and a smile lit Casey's face. And when responding to the cheers, he lightly doffed his hat. No stranger in the crowd could doubt 'twas Casey at the bat. 10,000 eyes were on him as he rubbed his hands with dirt. 5,000 tongues applauded when he wiped them on his shirt. Then while the writhing pitcher ground the ball into his hip, defiance flashed in Casey's eye, a sneer cooled Casey's lip. And now the leather-covered sphere came hurtling through the air, and Casey stood a-watching it in a haughty grandeur there. Closed by the sturdy batsman, the ball unheeded sped. That ain't my style, said Casey. Strike one, the umpire said. From the benches black with people, there went up a muffled roar, like the beating of a storm waves on a stern and distant shore. Kill him! Kill the umpire! Shouted someone on the stand, and it's likely they'd have killed him had not Casey raised his hand. With the smile of Christian charity, great Casey's visage shone. He stilled the rising tumult. He bade the game go on. He signaled to the pitcher, and once more the dun sphere flew. But Casey ignored it, and the umpire said, "Strike two." "Fraud!" cried the maddened thousands, and echoed answered, "Fraud!" But one scornful look from Casey, and the audience was awed. They saw his face grow stern and cold. They saw his muscles strain. And they knew that Casey wouldn't let that ball go by again. The sneer is from Casey's lip. His teeth are clenched in hate. He pounds with cruel violence his bat upon the plate. And now the pitcher holds the ball. And now he lets it go. And now the air is shattered by the force of Casey's blow. Oh, somewhere in the favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville. Mighty Casey has struck out. Casey at the Bat, Ernest Lawrence Thayer, published June 3rd, 1888. San Francisco Examiner.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair Quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair Quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey and Tones, and the rest of the Armchair Quarterbacks live, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Saturdays this fall, talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th, right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair Quarterback, the All-American man.
Armchair.
There's something kind of about a kid that's never played baseball.
We have been hoodwinked, bamboozled, and flat out deceived.
Why did you get so drunk?
You got drunk. I'm just really exhausted.
What's in that cup?
Rum and Cokes.
Do you have any idea how important this is? We're trying to save the pump cup. Really? This is what you're doing? This is what you're doing?
Chief, what do you want to do tonight?
The same thing we do every night. Try to take over the world.
106 miles to Chicago. We got a full tank of gas, half a pack of cigarettes. It's dark, and we're wearing sunglasses. Hit it.
Armchair.
YouTube Live.
Radio station.
The radio station you can call your own. What listeners like about our station?
I like everything. It's always on my radio.
We never stop the music, except for now, when I talk.
To Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. We're here live weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Your first choice for Southern sports. Good afternoon. I'm Mac Magee, and I don't know much, but I know one thing. Ohtani didn't hit a home run. Get it! Suck on that, ESPN.
Armchair.
Community Access Channel.
He's the Armchair Quarterback. He's full of beer and he's full of snacks. The All-American man. With a cool one in his head.
Welcome in, Braves Country. How about it? Your Atlanta Braves go out and win the series. The Sarge is on the way. He'll be joining us here very shortly. We'll be talking about the American League side of the trading deadline. But today, to start the show off, we're going to talk the National League signing If you missed the game, we had it right here on Braves Country HD, pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play of your Atlanta Braves winning the series, winning the game, pounding the Angels. How about that? I thought, I said I thought it was going to be a high-scoring game and that I thought the Braves would win. But I had no idea that, honestly, you can't really complain with what Yanni Chirinos has brought to the table today. Or as everybody is affectionately starting to call him here in Braves country, Cheerios. Cheerios went out there and pitched a pretty good game, honestly. And I believe that he is going to, if he survives the cut, somebody's getting cut. And that's the thing. Somebody's getting cut from the Braves or getting sent down. The thing is, he doesn't have any more options. But I thought his sinker looked really good. And I really felt like that all in all, the team looked good in general, but also Chirinos went out there and did something we didn't really expect him to do. He went out there and gave us innings. The Atlanta Braves, who would have thought we'd have the pitching advantage from Yanni Chirinos versus Lucas Giolito, who the Angels went out and signed Giolito and tried to sell to their fan base that this was going all in, that this was going to help keep Ohtani in town. He goes out there and gets bombed. What did he have? He had 3 2/3, 9 earned runs, gave up 3 home runs. We talked about it in the pregame show if you didn't join us, but I talked about the fact that he gives up a lot of home runs. He's a fly ball strikeout pitcher. That's not going to play well against the Braves. His first time through the order, he managed pretty well. Second time, they were bombing him. And the Atlanta Braves get the win. Cheerios. It's just a lot easier to say Cheerios than Chirinos, isn't it? Cheerios got the win, too. 5 innings. Actually had 5 strikeouts, which is kind of high for him. He's not really a strikeout pitcher. But he had that sinker working, and he was pulling the string on the sinker and the splitter and going in and out, in and out, in and out. And when he first came there, we talked about the fact that he is at this stage in his career, he's not a power pitcher. He's still a ground ball pitcher, but he's a ground ball pitcher that's going to try to keep you off balance. And honestly, he's a guy that on most days, after you get him through the lineup the second time, you got to get him out. But that's fine. If he's in the back of your bullpen or front of your bullpen, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. Didn't give the game ball out, was going to do that here. Game ball today. I mean, you could give it to several people, right? So many. You know what? Because I picked him to click, I'm going to give it to Acuna. Acuna went 3 for 4, had the home run, had the 3-run home run, and hustled around the base paths. And the Braves come in, win it 12-5. They win the series. They dropped the first one. You hated to see that. You knew we had a good chance to win last night, which we did, Spencer Strider night. And then today, that's why I wanted to win the first game so much, because the second game was going to be, or the third game was going to be a toss-up. And all in all, you got to love what you saw. You got to love what you saw from the Atlanta Braves. And now we get the day off. We're off tomorrow. And then we head to Chicago for a tough 3-game series. And this begins a bit of a tough stretch for the Braves as they head out on the road. It's never easy. It does not matter who your opponent is. It's never easy to win on the road, but the Cubs are right there in the playoff chase. I believe it's going to be a very, very difficult road trip to navigate. Doesn't mean we can't get wins, but just think we're just going to roll them out there and get the wins is a totally different situation. You look at what they've got going on right now. So Friday, undecided, probably Max Fried, and we're waiting on the announcement of that. I think we might get it post-game with Snicker very shortly. If not, we're going to get him on. Right now, they have it lined up for Elder to pitch on Saturday. And you would have Elder go on Saturday. You would have on Sunday, we would send Charlie Morton to the mound. So if you go with the idea Now, look, it is set up where Elder could pitch Friday. He's had the days off. But I think they want to slide Fried in there, and it'll be Max. It'll be Elder. It'll be Morton. Gives everybody an extra day of rest. In theory, even though he hasn't pitched in quite some time, it gives Max an extra day of rest because he pitched on Thursday. And so it would actually give him 5 days off in between his Thursday start and his Saturday start and his Friday start. So I'd be shocked if it's not Max Fried, and we will have pitch-by-pitch, play-by-play right here on Braves Country HD. Like and subscribe today. The Braves get the win. So what it looks like in the Cubs series, we'll take a quick peek at it right now. We'll do more of this on tomorrow. But might as well go ahead and look into the series real quick. Let's just assume it's Max Fried on Friday. It's Fried versus Hendricks. Hendricks has actually been pitching pretty well. He's not a guy that blows you away. He's going to try to keep you off balance. Hopefully we get warm weather in Chicago. We should. It's August, but you never know. The Braves bats have struggled in Wrigley Field when it's been cool and the water and the wind has been blowing in. So hopefully we get warm air. Right now it's being projected around 75 degrees. First pitch on Friday, that's according to AccuWeather. And then Saturday, so if it's Fried versus Hendricks, and I don't expect them to push Fried more than about 5 innings, maybe if he's really rolling 6, but you're not going to push him on his first time back. They're looking at big picture with Max Fried. They're not going to go out here and just say, well, let's push him. Let's see how much he's got. For the love of God, don't let him see 7 innings and 110 pitches like they pushed Strider last night. Saturday, tough matchup. It's Elder versus Stroman. Stroman's been a little more hittable recently, but he's, 10-8? He's got 3.85 ERA. So he's pitched well all in all. And Stroman has typically pitched the Braves pretty well. And then Sunday, it'll be Morton versus Justin Steele. So we're getting their 3 best pitchers. So this is going to be a fun series. It's always a fun series in Wrigley. Looking forward to it. We're going to bring all 3 games to you, even the Sunday game. I know we don't do the Sunday games a lot, but we're going to bring all 3 games to you. It's a big series. It's an important series. The Cubs are right there in the wild card push. Braves still trying to lock down not only the division, but the Braves are trying to lock down the best record in baseball. We just took a half-game lead on everybody because we played early. So we're 3.5 in front of Baltimore for the best record in baseball, 5 in front of Tampa, 8.5 in front of the Dodgers, 8.5 in front of the Texas Rangers. So looking at that and our magic number, I'll go ahead and put it in the chat because I know a lot of people ask about this. The magic number now will move from, if it was 46 this morning, if you missed that, it's now 45. So magic number is now 45 to win the division. And then, of course, we've got much bigger ideas. And we'll probably start keeping up with that as well. But I want to win the division first, and then we'll worry about the magic number to get the best record in baseball. So magic number is 45. This is the home stretch. This is when the rubber meets the road. This is when you're cooking with gas. It's the last 2 months of Major League Baseball. It's the push. And the Atlanta Braves, let's be honest, they you know what they said to everybody at the trading deadline? Essentially what they told you. We're damn good, and we think we can prove it, and we don't need all the outside help, and we don't need to gut our farm system. The Braves have taken a hit on their farm system recently only because they're all playing. They're all playing up in the big leagues. You look at guys that had the Braves farm system elite a couple of years ago. We were 1, 2, and 3, depending on the outlet, just a couple of years ago in the farm system. And now we're in the bottom third. And why is that? Because Michael Harris II is now starting in center field. It's because we had to move prospects that have equated into Sean Murphy behind home plate and Matt Olson standing at first base. It's because we had to move guys from our minor league system, and Bryce Elder's now starting. It's because we've had to move guys around from our system to make moves to bring in Raciel Iglesias. So when you see our system not ranked that high, it's not the sky is falling. They've got some pretty good guys down there, but it's not to the level of other teams because the other teams are trying to build their guys up to get them to be good enough to be starting and competing and winning at the major league level. The Braves are already there. I still think we've got a very talented system. You look at the fact that AJ Smith-Shawver is down back on the farm. That kid is going to be lights out before it's all said and done. He really is. He's got an easy glide fastball. And as his second and third pitches get better and better and better, he's going to be elite. I still have a lot of faith in Jared Schuster. I think Jared Schuster is going to be good. I think Dylan Dodd and Mike Soroka are going to end up being parts of trades to bring in better pieces. But I think that they still have very good outlooks in their careers down the road. And there's a couple other guys, but we won't go into the entire system today. There's a lot to get into when you look at the Major League Baseball trade deadline. Now, today, as far as games of interest going on around the league, as far as with the Atlanta Braves and games that we're keeping an eye on. So today, you're looking at games that you want to pay attention to. Phillies and Marlins play at 6:40 tonight. That's Zach Wheeler and Braxton Garrett. The Phillies have taken the first couple of games. We got to pull for the Marlins to get one here. You don't want either one of them sweeping each other. You really want them to split. The Marlins spit the bit. I believe it was last night. David Robertson comes in and blows the 1-0 lead. They lose 3-1. He gets jacked around. So that's a game you want to pay attention to. If there's one game that is of interest in the division, that's it. Mets are at the Royals, but they're done. They've sold. They've given up. They're 6 games out of 500. They're not making the playoffs. I watched a little bit of their game last night, and I was looking at it, and this is more from just a betting perspective when you're watching it, and you're like, well, would you start thinking about taking the Mets? Are they going to be good value? And as I'm watching this, I'm like, it doesn't matter what they give you in the starting pitching, like Senga going tonight. So, for instance, if you're going to take the Mets tonight, I say take them in the first 5 innings because there's nobody worth a crap left in their bullpen. And they're not going to win many games down the stretch. They might get some leads because they've got some pretty good pitching. Quintana pitched pretty well last night. Senga's been pitching pretty well. And those are 2 decent little pieces that the Mets can build on. By the way, if you missed the conversation, I'm not sure if I ever finished the thought during the game because a lot of times you end up getting sidetracked as you're doing the play-by-play. But here's the thing that went on with it was Ken Rosenthal was talking, I guess essentially, I don't know if he reached out to him or if Max Scherzer wanted to set the story straight. It's really, really strange, but here's the deal. Max Scherzer went and basically he snitched on the conversation that he had with Billy Epler. And the short of it is, without reading the whole thing, because the whole thing's like, this long, and they're just trying to sell ads and whatnot. But essentially, what the Mets decided to do is sell. And they're not planning on rebooting for next year. So if you're a Mets fan and you're like, where does this go? They are looking at long-term. I think they know there's no way in hell they're getting Shohei Ohtani. The fan base should have known this from the jump. Shohei Ohtani's not coming east. there's one team East that I think could pull it off. I still don't think he's coming East. The only team that I think he would come to is Boston. If you saw the clip of when he went to play the Red Sox and the heavy Asian influence that they have in Boston, and I was just in Boston, and I'm telling you right now, there are a lot of Asian transplants that are living in Boston, love Shohei Ohtani. So the Boston Red Sox signed Shohei Ohtani, they could make money hand over fist. They would make their damn money back. I don't care if you gave them $750 million. The jersey sales alone, I'm telling you, it is crazy how much they love Shohei Ohtani. The Angels were on. I was in the sports book. They were glued. They could care less about the damn Red Sox. They didn't care that the Yankees were on. They were all glued to Shohei Ohtani. So that's the one wild card. But outside of that, he's going to stay west. I believe he's going to be a Dodger. I would put it at, if you're hedging your bet on who does he sign with, I would say 75-80% chance he's a Dodger. A slim 5% chance that he goes and stays with the Angels. Probably less than 5% chance at this point. The rest I would fill up with the San Francisco Giants, and a 1%, 2% chance would I sliver in the Boston Red Sox. That's it. There's no realistic, because I don't believe Seattle is going to pony up. If Seattle got really serious, you never know. With him being from Japan, he may have grown up watching and pulling for Ichiro, and because their games are always on over in Japan. So Ichiro's games were always on. So there's young kids right now who are always watching the Angels, right? So there could be that, but I think he wants to blaze his own trail, and him being a Dodger, I mean, it writes itself. It's a story, but the guy would make just a ton of money if he went to the Dodgers. The Dodgers will make a ton of money. But with the Mets, back to that point, according to Scherzer, that he dimed out Billy Epler, which is really shady. And I'm going to tell you something. I've been saying this for a long time. Max Scherzer is slime. He is absolute slime ball. I didn't like the way he handled the CBA negotiations. He's always been a me guy. The moment it got tough in New York, he tried to stick his chest out and say, we're going to have a conversation with the front office. What? No, you're not. You're going to have a conversation. And by the way, as you're having that conversation, pack your bags, bozo. They are going to pay the state of Texas, the Mets are going to pay the state of Texas $90 million over the next several years, or the next few years, sorry. The end of 2024 and possibly 25, most likely 25 with the Verlander. $90 million they're going to pay the state of Texas, Houston Astros and Texas Rangers. The Mets are going to pay $90 million for those two guys to not wear Mets uniforms. That's how bad they wanted to get rid of Scherzer. And when they got rid of Scherzer, I think it came to a point where I think Verlander got caught up in the mix. I think Verlander probably went to him and said, what's going on, man? Well, we couldn't keep Scherzer happy, so now we got to sell off. If you want to go, we're going to try to make it happen. I think they did Scherzer a solid. They did Verlander a solid after they basically gave the big middle finger to Scherzer. But Scherzer went to the press and told Rosenthal that he was told by Billy Epler, the GM, behind closed doors, which means keep your mouth shut. This is between me and you. He goes and shoots his mouth off and says that Epler told him this is a complete reboot. This is not going to be a rebuild, a reload situation. We're not going to try to compete in 24. It's more like 25, probably 26, 2025, 2026. We're not going to really go for it in 2024. We're changing our entire philosophy, probably without saying it, or maybe they did say it and he just didn't let him know it was said. We're changing our philosophy because you suck. You went out there, we spent all this money on you, you didn't live up to your to your contract. So what we're going to try to do is pay these teams to take you, and maybe some of these prospects we get back can change our team 3 years down the road. So if you're a Mets fan, you're going to have to be patient once again. I know you don't want to hear that as a Mets fan, because all they heard the last couple of off seasons was that Steve Cohen, because Steve Cohen said it. So let's be fair. Steve Cohen is the one that went out and said this mess. He said we will win a World Series within 5 years. Now he won't even answer that question. The press is asking, well, what happened to the 5-year plan? And he goes, next question. So what the hell are we talking about? But Steve Cohen got in here and said to the New York Mets fan base, 5 years from now, I want a World Series championship. And this is the third season going in realistically. And they're not going to go for it in 24. And I seriously doubt 25 is going to be some big seismic shift. There'll be some free agents out there. There will be some free agents out there. Hell, Max Fried will be a free agent. I doubt that he signs with anybody. Max Fried, he's deserved it. He's won his chance in the sun. He's going to leave Atlanta. That sucks. But you know what the difference between him leaving and other guys leaving other organizations? Anthopoulos usually has a plan. And the plan, he sticks with the plan. He's not going to chase one guy off the edge and let that one guy tear up his entire plan. So I'm going to hate to see Fried go. He's one of my favorite pitchers I've ever watched with the Atlanta Braves. And his Game 6 performance in the World Series was phenomenal. But it happens, and you got to move on. I mean, if Greg Stinkin' Maddox and Tom Stinkin' Glavine can leave the Braves, anybody can leave the Braves. If you will trade John Smoltz, anybody can be dealt. Anybody. Hank Aaron played for the Brewers at one point. Anybody. If Hank Aaron can leave the Braves, anybody can leave the Braves. So, but it's unbelievable that Scherzer would dime out his former employer. A conversation behind closed doors. It goes without saying, but you know what it is? Scherzer wants to get out there and look like the hero. He wants to go, hey, man, I came here trying to save the Mets fan base, trying to really win one. And then the minute they trade a closer, who, by the way, just got bombed last night by the Phillies, he acts like the sky is falling. If he would have kept his mouth shut and went in and said, hey, I think we can do something, him and Verlander may have decided to stick together, and they could have maybe made some adjustments next year, maybe made a playoff run. Now it's a complete rebuild. They're going to trade everything they can trade. Wait till the offseason. The offseason, they're going to try to move some guys. I bet you Quintana gets moved. I bet you Sang, I think they'll hold on to. He's too controllable. They still have 4 more years. He's pitched well. You'd be an absolute mental patient to trade him. And he's pretty much an innings eater. You do have to, though he'll go out there and pitch 5 or 6 innings, he also needs a week off, so that's debatable if he's an innings eater. But he's been pretty reliable. But Quintana, I believe, will have 1 more year. I believe he signed a 2-year deal, so he'll have 1 more year. They'll probably shuffle him off somewhere. They're going to get young. They're going to try to get the fan base excited about that, and fair enough. They still ought to fire Billy Epler. Explain to me how Billy Epler has a job this morning when they just paid $90 million to not have his 2 biggest free agent signings play for them. $90 million. Good Lord. I mean, come on. And as far as what it looks like with the trade deadline, with the National League, look, there was nothing really big that happened. You go through the gauntlet of the teams, and what did Philadelphia add? Michael Lorenzen. He's a journeyman right-hander that I think is going to get pounded in Philadelphia. That is a short porch, and he is a fly ball pitcher. How's that going to work out? You look at the other thing, honestly, the team that was most aggressive in the National League was the Marlins. I would say keep an eye on them. If they can make the playoffs, they could be a scary team into the playoff chase. The Dodgers tried. They tried like hell. But Erod didn't want to go west. Or he's saying that and being nice and for some reason doesn't really want to play for the LA Dodgers. I wouldn't know that to be true, but it's really strange. I talked about this on the pregame show. I think he declined the trade because he wants a shorter season, because he's at the end of an opt-out. He's going to opt out, and when he opts out, he's going to be hitting the free agent market, and he wants the most time down so that in other words, he doesn't want to risk an injury when he's this close to an opt-out. And so that tells you that he is not a guy, they say guys are gamers. He's not a gamer. He's a moneyer. He doesn't give a damn about winning that championship. He goes, get me to the bank. So we'll see what happens there. He says he wanted to stay close to the East Coast because of his family. And he is from the East Coast. But what happens if in the offseason he signs his deal with the San Francisco Giants or the Seattle Mariners? Explain that one away. So the Dodgers tried. They got nothing. Arizona was pretty aggressive. They added some pieces in the bullpen and whatnot. Nothing ground shaking. Same thing with San Diego. They added a couple of really just role players. But the team that did the most, that was most aggressive, was probably the Miami Marlins. They still didn't bring anything in that was going to change the game. That prospect, by the way, that they traded to Cleveland for Josh Bell of all people. Josh Bell's okay. He's highly rated. So this tells me one of two things. Either Kim Yang pulled a freaking fast one on him, or they really have overvalued Josh Bell. So either that prospect, who's ranked number 4 in the Marlins organization, who the Marlins have a top organization when it comes to prospects, right? Either A, because John Zagora was a throw-in. We talked about it yesterday when it happened. He got DFA'd last night, early this morning. So he gets DFA'd, so he was just a throw-in as a part of the deal because they knew they were going to release him anyways. That right there was just a numbers game. But they gave up their number 4 prospect for Josh Bell. Josh Bell is a dud at this point in his career. About 4 or 5 years ago, I would have loved to have had Josh Bell. I was a big Josh Bell fan. He doesn't have the power that he used to have. He's not athletic. He's kind of a liability in the field. He's more of a DH spot. You can't, I guess you could DH him, but I'd rather have Soler as the DH. I guess you could put Soler out in left field. I would have loved to have seen the Braves add Adam Duvall, but look, the Red Sox are still in it, so they weren't going to trade him. And rightfully so. They weren't going to trade him. I would have loved to have seen the Atlanta Braves add one of the pitchers that they were rumored for, one of the starting pitchers. But I think the asking price was too high. So they're looking at it as, look, if everyone's healthy, we're almost going to have too many starting pitchers, but you can't bank on that. Fried's coming back. Hopefully everything's copacetic. We don't have any more bumps and bruises with him. Strider's pitching well. Elder's pitching well. Charlie Morton is pitching well enough. And so that is essentially your lineup. I think in a pinch, you could really still rely on Schuster. I think in a pinch, you could rely on Shawver to go out there and get you some innings. It's not what you want, but it's what you could end up with. The bullpen, if everybody comes back, they haven't talked much about Jesse Chavez, but I think they're taking it slow with him. It doesn't sound like it's anything that they're super concerned with. If it was, I do think they'd have been a little more aggressive. So let's look at the fact that the bullpen is going to get Dylan Lee back soon. He threw to live batters yesterday. Kyle Wright threw in the bullpen yesterday. So we'll see what happens with Kyle Wright. Hopefully he comes back as well. Max Fried's due back probably Friday. So the starting rotation looks pretty good. What you're going to be looking at now is that the guys that get DFA'd, the Braves may take a look at them. The problem is we're at the bottom of the barrel because we're at the top of the league. Best record in baseball, 69th win today. So we get our 69th win against 37 losses. So when the guy gets DFA, it's got to go all the way through the waiver wire to get to us. I saw that the Yankees DFA'd an outfielder. I seriously doubt he gets to the Braves. But you never know. But they'll be aggressive if they see guys out there on the waiver wire that they think that they can grab. But remember, unlike other years, there's no longer the waiver wire trades. Remember that game? And I'm so kind of glad they got rid of it because it's so damn confusing to explain to fans. But they used to show out there and you would put a guy on waiver, and then if someone tried to grab him, you could pull him back, and then you could work out a trade and all that nonsense. But it had to get past this guy, and you had to be able, it's junk. I'm glad they got rid of that, because now the trading deadline is the trading deadline. What it was supposed to do, it was supposed to make it a very, very exciting trading deadline day, a made-for-TV extravaganza. It was a dud yesterday. The Braves had Brad Hand. That's great. I'm sure he'll be available. They added him to the roster today, so he'll be available to pitch this weekend. You knew he wasn't going to pitch today. He got traded, last night. He pitched on Monday, flew in from Colorado. There's no way in hell on a day game you go, hey, old man River, go out there and sling a couple out here in the hot sun. Let's really see if we can torque that elbow out, right? That's not going to happen. So I expect to see him in the Chicago series. We've got him, Dylan Lee on the way. I talked about he pitched to I saw the video of it, the full video. Was able to capture that, and he pitched to the Braves batters live BP basically, right? But it wasn't like your typical BP where he's just soft tossing the ball, get injected. He was out there. Hell, he struck out Rosario. Shocker there, right? But anyways, Lee looked good. Fried looks like he's ready to rock. Wright is starting about where Fried was about 3 weeks ago. So do the math. Probably first week, maybe even second week of September. I'm hoping somewhere right around Labor Day weekend, we get a Kyle Wright sighting on an Atlanta Braves pitching mound. That would give him about 4, maybe even 5 starts before the end of the season to really hone his, because look, Kyle Wright, we don't know what he's going to be like. I expect Max Fried to be Max Fried when he comes back. But Kyle Wright, his career's been like that. He was phenomenal last year. But after the injury, is he going to come out looking all Mike Soroka-y? Getting blasted because he's changed his delivery because he doesn't want to hurt himself, all that junk? If so, duck for cover. But we've got a lot of games left on the docket that we're going to be trying to maneuver. And with the big lead, there's going to be games it's going to drive you nuts. It is going to drive you nuts. You're going to see games where you're sitting there looking at everything and going, well, now what do I do? Sitting here watching a game and it looks like that they're just giving up. And there's going to be games where it's going to feel that way. Because they're not going to press the pedal down, not only because they have played so well and have built the right not to press the pedal down. In other words, like exhaust your bullpen. The other thing is, remember what happened last year when we had the pedal mashed down all the way into late September? Well, we ran out of gas coasting into Philly. Team was dead. I guarantee you there is a constant conversation about that. There has to be a constant conversation. So there you have that. And the Braves are going to be heading into this, and you look at the rest of the National League, I mean, honestly, who made a deal in the National League that makes you go, ooh, man, we're in trouble? The most significant deal that was made was Houston getting Verlander. And was that significant? I felt like he never left. I said this in the pregame show. I feel like he took like a 4 months vacation to New York and said, well, that sucked. Get me out of here. I'm going back to Texas. It's the epitome of what a lot of people say about New York. It's a great place to visit, but you don't want to pitch there. You don't want to live there. Someone's got to make a T-shirt about that. Put Verlander on there. It's a great place to visit, but you don't want to pitch there. That's gold, Jerry. It's gold. It's like Ovaltine's gold. So tonight's games, back to what you may want to pay attention to as a Braves fan, what you're watching, what you're pulling for. Tonight, I noticed on ESPN Plus the Orioles and Bluejays are on. And we're obviously pulling for the Bluejays at this point. That's going to be a tough one. Should be a good game. But Grayson Rodriguez pitched much better recently. By the way, Houston just took a 3-2 lead over Cleveland. McCormick went yard again. Man, that kid has been on fire the last 3.5 weeks. It's dumbfounding that he doesn't play every day. Like it's not quite a platoon, but it's almost like a mini platoon. It's dumbfounding. But Grayson Rodriguez going to the bump. You look at his numbers, it looks terrible. He's pitched much better since he came back from the farm. He's going up against Kikuchi. It'd be nice to get a W and push our, get the Blue Jays a W and push our lead on Baltimore to 4 games. Tampa is playing the Yankees again. That is a very good pitching matchup. You can find a way to consume that. McClanahan versus Garrett Cole. The over-under is 7.5, and I swear that feels about 3 runs too high. I mean, that is going to be an absolute lights-out, shootout, pitcher style. That game might be over with in an hour and a half. They're going to be striking each other out left and right, pop-ups. And the Yankees desperately need that win. They desperately need to get the win. You cannot welcome in the Tampa Bay Rays. They lost the first game 5-1. They lost last night's game 5-2. You could not welcome in the Tampa Bay Rays and get swept at home, Yankee Stadium, chasing down the wild card. And oh, by the way, their daddy is coming to town tomorrow. It says it's a Fox game. Well, that's interesting. So there is a Fox game tomorrow night on the mothership Fox, not like FS1, Yankees Astros. So that is interesting. Fox is starting Thursday night baseball. So the Braves are off. So if you're looking for something tomorrow night, Yankees Astros. Christian Javier, who threw 2 gems in Yankee Stadium last year, is going to the mound against the Yankees and Clark Schmidt. Holy crap. If they lose tonight and get swept, I mean, that thing could run out of control, be a 6-7 game losing streak by the time they get on the Astros. Astros have owned them. When's Verlander? Hell, Verlander didn't even have to get on a plane, did he? They're going into Yankee Stadium. Got traded. I guarantee you they said, stay where you're at, man. We're going to be in New York a couple of days. Go take a load off. I would love to know when he's pitching. That is almost must-see TV with the Braves playing. Don't let it be the 1 o'clock game on Saturday. That game's not on national TV, and they're playing Sunday. Is that come on? That'd have been a perfect time. Carlos Rodon is on the mound for the Yankees. It's undecided, but that needs to be flexed to the ESPN night game. Carlos Rodon and the Yankees put Verlander there for the Astros. Sunday night baseball. The script writes itself. Jeez Louise. What is the Sunday night game this week? Dodgers and Padres. I mean, that's just become Dodgers-Padres baseball. That's all. Every time the Dodgers and Padres play, ESPN feels like they've got to have them on there. Let's see, put the scoreboard, get you some live scores there. Braves won 12-5. You see that live games going on right now is Padres and Rockies. Padres up 3-0. I got that one right. Astros up on the Guardians 3-2, and the Nationals beat the Brewers 3-2. So for you Reds fans, good news for you there. All right, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, the Sarge should be joining us, and we are going to be talking some American League, who made themselves better outside the Astros. I mean, we know the Astros went out and got Verlander, but what else? Because the Red Sox, they made an addition. A couple other teams are moving and shaking. Big picture, because the Braves plan on being in the World Series. Who the hell are we going to be playing? All right, we'll be back in a flash here on Braves Country. Keep it locked in here on WQEE 99.1 FM. I think we're still going on a few CBS affiliates around the country. And, of course, Braves Country HD here on YouTube. YouTube.com/Braves Country. Find us today.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit.
The Armchair quarterbacks are back. Saturday, September 9th, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., you'll be tailgating with the Armchair quarterbacks. Mac Magee, Brian Snow, Joey Antones, and the rest of the Armchair quarterbacks live, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m., Saturdays this fall. Talking college football, SEC, ACC, Big Ten, the NFL, fantasy football advice, and our picks against the spread. It all begins September 9th, right here on Braves Country HD, 99.1 FM, WQEE.
Yeah, the Armchair quarterback, the All-American man.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
It's baseball season now, but hockey will be back before you know it. Join the Columbus River Dragons as they celebrate the team's 5th anniversary season in 2023-24. Season tickets are on sale now with no price increase from last season. Lock up your favorite seat for every exciting moment. Call the River Dragons at 706-507-4625 or go online to rdragons.com. That's rdragons.com. River Dragons Hockey. Get fired up. It's summertime, and that means the return of all the fun and excitement of Chattahoochee baseball at historic Golden Park. Bring the whole family down for a night of fun. Tickets start as low as $10 with a discount for kids, seniors, and active military. Or celebrate a special night at the park with a group package or suite night. For game dates and more, visit GoHoots.com. That's GoHoots.com.
Triple-decker burn!
Tom has been a teacher for over 40 years. One day, I think one of the students had asked the question and he didn't remember the answer. And I also noticed that he was letting his class out earlier than they were supposed to let out. I was really starting to worry.
Levi and I talked about how it would change our lives, but he was there beside me.
When something feels different, it could be Alzheimer's. Now is the time to talk. Visit alz.org/ourstories to learn more. A message from the Alzheimer's Association and the Ad Council.
It's the best in sports and entertainment, and get locked in and locked down with Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. with your host, me, Ryan O'Neill, each and every morning, right here with the best in sports and entertainment, all the way from professional sports to college sports to River Dragons hockey and everything in between, including some of the very best local and national guests. It's the Rhino Radio Penitentiary, 7 a.m. to 10 a.m. Monday through Fridays, right here on 99.1 FM WQEE.
Hockey season, and that means new merch over at ourdragonsmerch.com. Get the latest designs and some of our fun new souvenirs ahead of what's sure to be a great hockey season. Celebrate another season of River Dragons hockey by getting a new look to wear on game days, or surprise the big-time sports fan in your life with a new keepsake that will make them a River Dragons fan for life. Order online right now at ourdragonsmerch.com. That's the letter R, dragonsmerch.com. We'll see you at the rink.
Hey, sports fans. Weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE 99.1 FM.
Although edited, tonight's thriller contains suspense and violence, which may be unsuitable. Parental discretion is advised.
Welcome back to Braves Country. Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks. Weekday, 3 to 5 p.m. Drive time on WQEE.
Ready for the big day, opening day, big game? Mash, we stink every year. This is not a big game. Yes, it is. It's not a big game. Yes, it is. I blew off my daughter's ballet recital for this. I've seen your daughter dance. She sucks. No, she doesn't. Yes, she does. Which one? Ballet Attack. It all sucks.
Marie, you're a beautiful dancer.
Atrocious. Ugh.
Johnny.
Unwatchable.
Stop it.
It's awful.
Lovely.
No, it's not lovely. Someone's got to tell her. It stinks.
Well, the season's finally here, and the players hit the field, and every man feels like a boy, and every wife could kill. He's been
Welcome back.
Running hot, running cold.
Atlanta Braves win it 12 to 5.
That's all the
Home runs galore. You got Ronald Acuna Jr. with a 3-run jack. Austin Riley with a 2-run home run. Matt Olson, a solo shot, 12 runs. And cheering. Look, the biggest surprise the entire day was that old Cheerios went 5 innings. So you love that. Welcome on to the show is that dirty bastard, Sergeant Teamus Wooten and his stupid Red Sox that I had to go up there and watch beat us 2 times in Fenway. How are you, sir?
Oh, I'm just, all the excitement from the Red Sox trade deadline has kept me up all night. So,
well, I'm right there with you, buddy. What did y'all get? An infielder, a backup infielder?
Sure.
What is his name? Luis Urias. When I first saw the name, I was thinking it was the pitcher from the Dodgers. I was like, "Holy crap! They really went all in." Again, never mind. It's the infielder.
No, he had, I think, 55 major league at bats. He's batting like $180 or something like that. It is a real win for us. Very good. Very good.
Rocking and rolling.
Yeah.
The Atlanta Braves added Brad Hand, but the thing is that it is getting lost in this. The week before, we did add Pierce Johnson, and I think it goes under the radar. He's a pretty good right-hander out of the bullpen. He pitched today. He's got a nasty curveball and a good fastball. He had bad numbers, but he was in Colorado, and his splits away from Coors Field were much better. So I'm excited about him. I'm excited about Brad Hand's a left-handed specialist. That's all he is. You're not going to be able to have him go in there. Let's go shut down the 8th. Bases loaded right in the middle of the order. Lefty, righty. No. He's a left-handed specialist. He's either going to pay big dividends or it's going to come back and slap you in the face because righties hit much better against him. So if he doesn't get the lefty he's supposed to come in to get with having to face the 3 batters nowadays, it could backfire. But I like the depth. And then we're getting back other guys. So it's such a cliche, but it is like you're getting a big acquisition at the trade deadline. Max Fried is supposed to come back on Friday. He hasn't pitched in 2.5 months. Kyle Wright should be back in September. So all that, and I didn't think we needed to add our offense is fantastic. I would have liked a little more depth, but I'm curious what your thoughts are because other than the Houston Astros, there wasn't anything groundbreaking done yesterday. Now, Texas made some moves, but I think it's almost a foregone conclusion that Texas and Houston were going to make the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, they tried. At least they did something, you know. This was a kind of a boring, sort of mundane trade deadline, you know.
Across the board for all teams, yeah.
Yeah.
I still don't look at Verlander being some exciting thing because I felt like he never left Houston. So it's like, you know, I was talking about last hour. I was like, it's like he took a 4 month vacation and goes, yeah, it's a nice place to live, but I don't want to pitch in New York. So, you know,
Yeah. I honestly forgot he was pitching for the Mets. In my head, he was still an Astro anyway. So
did he. He missed the first month or two of the season. So he forgot he was pitching for the Mets.
That's good work if you can get it, I guess.
Yeah. Not too shabby.
And, you know, Scherzer moved on to Texas.
These obnoxious Mets fans that tried to cram Uncle Stevie down our throats the last couple of off seasons about how he was going to buy every championship. And now they are paying the state of Texas $90 million so that Max Scherzer and Justin Verlander won't wear their uniforms. How does Billy Epler keep his job? How is he woken up today with his damn job?
The same way Chaim Bloom did.
So your boy Bloom did a little bit of a survey while I was in Boston. He wanted me to ask the Red Sox fans. And the ones that I talked to, there were a couple of feverish ones that want him fired. There were some that thought he was doing a pretty good job and they're still waiting for the dust to settle. I was like, all right, well, how long do you give this guy?
5 years already.
Is this his 5th year?
Yeah.
Okay. See, I should have pulled it up, but I always had bad soul wherever I was at. And I was just like, I know he's been there a few years because I knew Dombrowski had left. There was the main thing, and that's why I wish I was standing there today. The main thing that I got, so I probably asked in and around Fenway's where I pretty much asked the questions. I asked one jackass. He didn't even know who he was. So I was like, never mind. He goes, what'd you think I know? I don't know, because you're wearing a Red Sox hat and we're like, you know, a couple of miles from Fenway. But the main, I'll put it this way, 25% like him, 25% despise him. The middle 50% said that they wanted to see what he did at this deadline. And if he didn't really do anything, they're ready to move on. And I said, and my biggest thing, because they were saying, well, he hasn't done anything in the offseason, I was like, well, is that him or is it ownership? Because there's not many GMs who go, I'm not spending any money. I don't care what they tell me. You know, like, what are you gaining out of that? And so that was the consensus of the ones that like him. They said, basically his hands have been tied. The ones, the psychotic ones that wanted him fired, like, you know, 6 years ago before he ever stepped in the office. They didn't want to hear any of that. But the main focus was, well, what does he do this? Because at first I thought that a lot of them were talking about the off season. I was like, he hasn't done any of the off seasons. Well, let's see what he can pull off during the trading deadline. All right. He didn't do anything. So I would say now they would all be saying bye.
Yeah.
But it's still a combination between the ownership and him. It can't just be him because they haven't spent it. When's the last time, outside of Rafael Devers, when's the last time that they went on a spending spree? It's been years.
Yeah, since Dombrowski.
Which is really strange because, and you know this, but it's really strange because for years and years and years, my entire adult life, Boston's always been right there with the Yankees spending. Always. And now the two of them have their coupon books out. What is it? Now, I did like the move the Yankees made. I really liked Middleton. I would have loved, he was on my wish list for the Braves. But the Yankees statistically have the best bullpen in baseball. They added to their bullpen. Okay, but you're not hitting the ball. There was a statistic out there the other day, T, that I was floored by because it's the Yankees and because of where they play. They had the worst left-handed OPS in Major League Baseball over the last 5 seasons. The worst.
How?
Because they don't have any left-handed hitters. And how is that possible? But you think about their lineup, who do they have that's worth a hoot? It's Stanton. It's Judge. Even when he's not worth a darn now, but when he was hitting, it was, what's his name? Josh Donaldson.
Yeah.
Rizzo hit well last year, but he has been awful. He has the worst OPS for a first baseman. It's either May 16th or 17th of this year on. He has 1 home run batting like 190. That's Rizzo. That fell off he fell off the planet.
Yeah, he got all Eric Gagne about it. He just, like he was good and then he wasn't.
And look, they all keep contributing. Well, it's because Judge has been hurt. It can't just be one dude gets hurt and you all forget how to hit. Every one of you.
Did you see Boone's statement from last night?
No, I didn't.
He was talking about
was it I give up?
No.
Well, that's what we're gonna do at the deadline. Screw all y'all.
I'm paraphrasing, obviously, but he's like, yeah, we gave some good at bats, and I can tell, the guys were they struck out 18 times, the Yankees did last night. And he was talking about how great the at bats were and all this. I'm like, dude, if you're striking out 18 out of 27 times, that's.
And once again, I don't even put that on him. I think that's coach speak, right? I put that on the front office of the Yankees. When you tell me that the OPS is one of the worst from the left-handed side of the plate in Yankee Stadium. Yankee freaking Stadium. It's got the shortest left-handed porch outside of the pesky pole. But the pesky pole is literally, you have to shoot it right down the line. If you don't get it, it goes back, right? It's the shortest full porch in baseball, and you don't have left-handed power hitters, and you have not been going, other than Rizzo, you have not been going after free agents. How did the Yankees not go all in to go get Matt Olson? When he was available for Oakland last year, I thought for sure he was going. How did the Yankees not back the truck up and go get Freddie Freeman?
They don't really do that anymore, though.
That's what I'm saying. So are they the New York Yankees? I don't think they are anymore.
They're like
they're being run to make money nowadays. Steinbrenner never used to run. Well, Papa Steinbrenner never used to run it that way. Junior Steinbrenners, they're there to make as much money as they can.
Yeah, they're pie charts and Excel spreadsheets, guys, admittingly. And, Bloom is nothing but analytical. He made a statement yesterday right after the trade deadline had expired, and all the Boston sports analogists and everything and podcasts, their heads are exploding all over Beantown today. And he's like, yeah, well, the percentages showed us that we probably weren't making the playoffs.
Who said that?
Bloom.
He said that yesterday?
Yeah, right after the trade deadline.
Dude, you're right there. You're a game and a half back. What is he talking about?
Before that, he was calling them underdogs. So if you think your team is an underdog and they're a game and a half or 2 games away from making the playoffs, you can't add anybody. You can't anybody to help.
See, my rebuttal to that would be, well, StatCast is showing me that your ass is fired. Go pack your bags.
Yeah, and he will not.
Talking about?
He just hoards.
Today's sports front offices, the majority of them are trash because they only read off the as you said, the spreadsheets, right? And they only go off the percentages. The game is not played on paper. It's been famously said many times, the game is not played on paper. It's played inside your television sets and radio in your radios, right? It's not played on not played on paper. So you've got to play the games out. You got to give and also there is a jolt. And that's the reason why I was down on what the Braves did not do. And look, don't get me wrong. I'm not over here saying that they needed to go all in or whatnot, but there's a jolt that comes into the locker room when a big piece comes into your locker room. Doesn't have to be groundbreaking, but it's got to be someone that the team goes, all right, let's go. Not who? I shouldn't have to Google who you're making, right? I shouldn't have to go on Baseball Reference, go, who the hell is this guy? And most of the teams yesterday, that's what they did. They're so in love with potential.
Well, let's talking about trading Paxton, our best pitcher this year, by the way. And he just keeps saying it's the future, the core. The reason we are where we are is because of the no. Now, have the young kids been playing better? Yes. But they're not the reason we are 2 games from a wild card. No, we're not. And do nothing. What does that say? I mean, Rafael Devers last week was like, hey, we need pitching. Like he said that. We need pitching to the media.
Did he?
Yeah, we need pitching. And you go out and get nothing. What does that say to the clubhouse? You don't care. The white flag was raised.
I talked about this before in years past with other general managers, but I'll put it with Bloom. I don't know him as well, so but I'm leaning off of what you tell me. Some of these guys, not only do they let the analytics do their job for them, you got to watch the damn games, first of all. That's first and foremost. You need to know what your team is. You need to have that feel. But the other thing is they fall in love with the rankings of their farm system and trying to get their farm system and not give a damn about anything else.
Hoarder. He's a prospect hoarder. He will not. This guy's supposed to be good in 4 seasons. So he's not going anywhere. I'm not going to trade Verdugo and throw this guy in with him. No, to get a starting pitcher because Sale can't throw anymore or something. No. He will not. It's always, well, the future says this. No, dude, you got a chance to make the playoffs. Make a little noise.
Right, yeah.
And you do nothing? Nothing. And he was talking to the Dodgers about trading Paxton.
Hold that thought. We need to take a quick break. 420, smoke them if you got them. We'll be back in a flash to talk more about the baseball deadline.
I got back to the hotel at 7:30 this morning, and I went up to the desk to leave a wake-up call for 7 o'clock.
Hey, sports fans. The Key has a brand new show. Braves Country is coming your way weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Drive time on WQEE. Braves Country is a Southern sports talk show with Mac Magee and the Armchair quarterbacks. We'll be talking the Atlanta Braves and Major League Baseball, along with everything important to sports fans in Braves Country. The SEC, ACC, Big Ten, and the National Football League, and the big sports news of the day. That's Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair quarterbacks. Weekdays, 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. right here on WQEE, The Key, 99.1 FM, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@BravesCountry.
Do you want to lose 18 pounds fast and improve your health? Now you can lose up to 18 pounds in your first 2 months with Nutrisystem. Get delicious breakfasts, lunches, dinners, even snacks and shakes delivered safely to your door. All delivered for free. It's easy to follow, and you'll see results in your first week. You'll get your favorite foods made healthier and perfectly balanced to put your body in fat-burning mode. Millions of people have lost weight with Nutrisystem, and you can too. Lose up to 18 pounds in your first 2 months.
You get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. So much, I'm going to have to speed things up. You can get the Farmers Signal app, and that could get you up to 15% off your auto policy. That's just for using the app and driving like the normal speed limit, hearing, full stop, making lane change, signaling human being you are. Get a whole lot of something with Farmers Policy Perks. Start with a quote by calling 1-800-FARMERS.
We are farmers. Bum, 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 bum.
Are you an adult?
Yeah.
And do you have a lot going on in your life?
I am so busy.
Introducing fantasy football.
What's that?
Move aside job and relationships. You're now the general manager of a football team, and that takes a lot of time and effort.
I really shouldn't be doing this. It's not good for me.
With fantasy football, you can spend hours researching useless stats, have your underlying anger issues revealed on Sundays, and Venmo people hundreds of dollars with a football emoji.
Well, I'll get that money back when I win the championship.
You say that every year.
Okay, this year is different. I have been so unlucky in the past.
Why would you need to know about world news or how a Roth IRA works when you could know who the Saints wide receiver 3 is?
Chris Olave. But I think he'll be the number 1 by the end of the year because Michael Thomas does.
Shut up.
I used to think fantasy football was fun, but it's not fun anymore. I have a lot riding on this emotionally.
Try it today.
Armchair.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, home of Braves country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks, weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern, right here on The Key and YouTube.com at Braves Country. Welcome back. Another Atlanta Braves win, another Atlanta Braves home run. Suck it, Ohtani. You didn't get one from us. Braves win the series 2-1. Tell you what, he's impressive, though, Ohtani. Holy cow.
Oh, God. Yeah, he's pretty good.
He should have had a home run. Michael Harris, the second, robbed one from him, Teamus. I think it was Monday night. He went over the wall, just over the wall, and robbed it. And you should have seen Ohtani. He just kind of gave a, all right. Evidently, you're pretty good.
Yeah.
When you get a tip of the cap from Ohtani, you've done something, right?
Yeah. Yeah. That's.
Yeah, so I wanted to address one of the comments. Margaret, Marcell Ozuna is not a free agent at the end of the season. We still have one more year. So I know you're worried about us losing him, but and it's some fans want him gone, but he still has one more year after this. So there you have that. So yeah, he signed a 4-year deal in 21. So 21, 22, 23, 24 will be his final year. And he's not going anywhere. I tried to tell people that at the beginning of this season. They all wanted to trade Ozuna. I was like, first of all, you can't trade someone when they're at their lowest value. You can't do it. It's stupid. I mean, unless you're the New York Mets, then you just have a fire sale at everybody's lowest value. But if you know what you're doing, you don't do it. Now he's come off. He's going to hit somewhere between 25 to 30 home runs. I doubt they trade him. I doubt they would get back what he's worth realistically. And although a lot of fans have had problems with him, he is extremely popular in the clubhouse. I saw it firsthand. The guys gravitate to him. At that Boston series, the fans, they can say all they want. They like Ozuna. They were all crowding around him, and he was throwing balls to him, giving hot. So it's all a bunch of, I call it Twitter talk, where they, tough guy talk when they, say what they say. Ozuna, he's doing what he's supposed to do. He's slamming home runs. He's hitting the ball hard. He actually has good at bats. Yeah, he strikes out from time to time. Everybody does. But honestly, he has good at bats. I watch this every day now that I'm doing these games every day. And I'm telling you right now, you'll watch him. You're like, he is not scared to work the count and take a free pass. So I don't think he's going anywhere. I'd be shocked. Now, yeah, if the right trade comes along, of course you entertain any trade, but I think he's staying. So there you have that. Atlanta Braves win 12-5. We're talking the deadline. We're focusing more on the American League. If you want to hear about the National League, that was previous segments, so it's easy to rewind on our YouTube channel, Braves Country HD. Let's go ahead and focus back on the American League. And look, you're looking at this now, T. See, I do want to see if there's any new news. Saw Willie Calhoun got released from the Yankees, DFA'd. They tried to send him for assignment, and he refused it, so he's going to be a free agent. See, some other guys getting DFA'd. And this is going to happen a lot in the next couple of days. After the trade deadline, you got to make room, guys coming in. So here we go. Let me see here. MLB transactions. The Phillies have released Josh Harrison. That's interesting. His bat is no longer there, but he's a good clubhouse guy. He's a reliable glove off the bench. Maybe someone will pick him up. Andrew Vasquez, the left-handed pitcher, has been released by the Phillies. That's interesting. Calhoun by the Yankees. The Padres DFA Brent Honeywell. That is interesting as hell. So for people who don't know Brent Honeywell, sit down, let me tell you a story, kids. Brent Honeywell was the top prospect in Major League Baseball a handful of years ago in the Tampa Bay Rays organization. He was traded out to San Diego after some injuries, and he got to the majors and never has made it click. And they've now DFA'd him. So that is wild. The Cubs DFA Trey Mancini, excuse me. Dallas Keuchel has opted out of his minor league contract. It gives a crap about that. That's not even worth a tweet. He has been done forever. Manny Pena, catcher from the A's, has been DFA'd. Very good defensive catcher, terrible offensive catcher. He was actually an ex-Brave. The Braves had him before they started acquiring all this catching talent a couple seasons ago. Red Sox DFA Jorge Alfaro. Didn't know if you knew that. All this stuff has happened in the last several hours. Tigers, they acquire Eddie Leonard, infielder from the Dodgers, for cash considerations, but that was right at the trading deadline. That was one of those where they're going to DFA him or you can have him for cash, and that's how that went down.
Did you see, speaking of Detroit, that Erod shut down the trade to the Dodgers?
Yeah, he says it's because he wants to stay closer to home, to family on the East Coast. I think differently. I believe it's because he's got an opt-out clause in his contract, right? He's going to opt out. He's had a phenomenal year. Let's be fair.
Mm-hmm.
He feels like this is probably his last shot. I think he's 30, 31 years old, somewhere in that neighborhood. So he's going to opt out. And do you want to pitch an extra month of baseball and risk it? Because you know as well as anybody, he's had a history of injury. Do you want to risk that injury crap over a playoff run when you're talking about your financial future? Now, granted, if he were to get injured, he's got 3 years, 45 or 49 left on his deal. It's not like he's going to be poor.
No.
But he believes he can make much more. I don't know if that's really going to be the case, but he's going to opt out, and the Tigers want him to opt out. So the Tigers are going to be very, very cautious with his innings as well. Right? Because you don't want him getting hurt, because you don't want him going, crap, Tommy John, well, there goes $49 million out the damn window. Great. Good thing we were trying to squeeze him there in September. So there you go. So I think that's one of the real reason why. I've never heard anything bad about the Dodgers. Do I hate the Dodgers? Yeah, but that's selfish reasons, because I'm a fan of the non-Dodgers. But I've never heard anything bad about their organization. You're trying to tell me that you'd rather live in Detroit, Michigan than L.A.? Get the hell out of here.
Yeah. Talk to me in January, buddy.
He wants to be closer to home. You want to be closer to hell.
Yeah. You want to be closer to 1980 root.
Yeah. Detroit. Exactly. You spelled Beirut wrong. What are we talking about?
So let's talk. Toronto bettered themselves, right? The Rays bettered themselves.
Yeah. Okay. So
Orioles kind of stood pat, right? Did they make any major? I didn't see any major moves by them.
All right. So that's debatable. The Orioles, if this was, here's the deal. If this was 2019, they made a phenomenal trade. This is not 2019. This is 2023. They brought in Jack Flaherty from the Cardinals. I can't remember if he's going to be a free agent or if he has 1 year. I think he's going to be a free agent, but he is a shadow of his former self. Now he's had 3 really good starts recently, and that was enough for them to sucker in to get the trade. But I think all you need to know about this is that they didn't give up a whole hell of a lot to get him.
Wow.
So they hope that Jack Flaherty is going to be an innings eater, essentially. Mm-hmm. What they're really hoping is a couple of guys they sent down that have had some issues, they're going to get straight, right? Flaherty does have playoff experience. I get that part of it. But his velocity's down. But that's essentially all they did. I mean, what did Toronto really do? They added, what's his name? From the Cardinals, right? What is his?
Yeah.
It's his
this
birthday.
morning, I was listening to every Boston analyst rant and scream into microphones, and they were like,
Paul DeYoung, the shortstop, Paul DeYoung. Yeah. He's okay. But they did that as a backup plan in case Bo Bichette misses a lot of time. Bo Bichette had just banged his knee up the night before.
Their closer got injured and their shortstop got injured. And within
that's right. They did add Jordan Hicks. I forgot about that. Yeah. So yeah, that was an impressive move.
Yeah, and this all happened like 24 hours after those guys got injured. And the Sox, again, it's not like Bloom's making bad decisions. He's not making any decisions, which is just worse, I think.
Handle it.
You just he wants to break out his calculator and try to figure out the game of base. The guy's a robot.
Dumbfounding one to me of all the moves that was made yesterday. And the national media tried to sell this to me like this was, look how good. Oh, they're really going for it. The San Diego Padres sent 3 prospects. One of them's pretty well thought of. For Rich Hill and G-Man Choi. Rich Hill, he's like your ex-girlfriend. He's got to be like 60. And G-Man Choi, if G-Man Choi was any good, would the Rays have let him go? No. I used to be a big G-Man Choi fan. I used to love to watch him play, but he's at best a left-handed pinch hitter off the bench. But Rich Hill?
Record for those who don't know, she only looked 60.
She was actually 72.
He read a 73-year-old's level, though.
She had a heck of a set of teeth in her pocket, let me tell you.
Dude, they entered a room before she did. She chicken fence.
First time I met her, she was stepping on her nipples. Yeah, they tried to sell it to me like San Diego. By the way, we're talking about while we're in our 30s, early 30s. Nowadays we're not as picky. But
my women.
But Rich Hill, that's what San Diego's going all in on. What is he at best come postseason? A left-handed reliever to eat some
No,
innings?
Rich had a good year. He had a good couple of years.
Rich Hill?
Yeah.
ERA's up around 5. Rich Hill's like 40, literally 43 years old. He's 43, about to be 44. He stinks. I couldn't believe anybody wanted him. He gets pounded. He's played for the I remember who it was. I think it was Joey brought it up yesterday. Said that he's played for the Red Sox 3 times, 3 different stints since he's been 40. This dude is never going to leave the club. He is never. You're going to see that dude. He's going to be a bullpen catcher. He's a lifer. You got to love that about him, but he's not. He ain't got to be the difference of the Padres coming back from behind to win a wild card.
And who was he with before this season? I can't remember.
What's that?
Who did he play for?
Pittsburgh.
That's right.
He's been in Pittsburgh the whole time. He started off with a pretty good season, and then he became Rich Hill again after like his 4th or 5th outing, and he's just been getting pounded. His ERA, it's either 4.76 or 4.86. I remember seeing it yesterday. I was like, is he doing better than I thought he was? No. He's doing Rich Hill things.
Well, 4.8 in the AL League.
He's not even starting for the freaking Pirates.
Oof.
San Diego's going to go out there and look, I get it. They're making moves to help them depth. I get that part of it. But for the national media, go, look what San Diego's doing. They're just wheeling and dealing out there.
And, the last couple of seasons, they could say that because they've just been throwing money at people. This wasn't a great move. Don't get me wrong. But, I mean, is there a more
about the reliever that Baltimore got, Reinhardt? I've heard good things, but I've not seen him pitch, I don't believe. So they got him from Seattle. Honestly, the 2 most aggressive teams in the National League were Arizona and Miami. They didn't bring in great players, but they're definitely trying to make the playoffs, right? They brought in what they need. I'll tell you what, the smoothest move that I saw. Now, look, a little surprising they gave up Jake Eater, but they brought in, Miami did, Jake Berger, the third baseman from the White Sox, who still has, it's either 3 or 4 more years of arbitration control left. And he's like 27 years old. He hits for a low average. He's got 25 home runs. So he's hitting like around 215, but hell, nowadays 215 is the new 275. I was impressed that Miami was aggressive. They haven't been in years past. Tampa Bay, they were selling and buying. It was kind of interesting. I heard someone make a joke. I forget what the move was. Something happened a few days ago, and they said, so the future Cy Young winner goes to Tampa Bay. It was something off the trash heap that Tampa Bay got there. He's going to get down there for 2 seasons and all of a sudden come up with the loop-de-loop pitch that no one's ever seen, and he's just going to be mowing them down. The one that's interesting that got DFA'd, the Braves country ought to pay attention to because he's had a sorry year, but he's very, very popular with the Braves players because you see him joking around with them constantly, is Jean Segura. So he got moved by Miami to go to Cleveland, but they dumped him immediately after. Jean Segura could get scooped up by the Braves in a backup role. He's long past his prime. But I don't know much. I know one thing. If you're the LA Dodgers and you go for Erod, and instead you get Ryan Yarbrough from the Royals. I remember when that dude was good. That was a long time ago. Hell, they might have been, he was when he was with Tampa, and they might have been called the Devil Rays. It's been so long ago. Like, that's been a long time ago.
I just saw an article that they're saying the Red Sox should try to pick up Brent Honeywell. They're saying that seems like a high and Bloom move to go get that Padres pitcher that was just DFA'd.
That's the one that I just talked about.
Right, yeah. They're saying the Sox pick him up.
I don't know. Look, I'm sure that that's just some clickbait stuff that you're scrolling through, because I always caution people, unless you're talking to unless you're reading an actual, like, beat writer, I would be a little concerned with people's opinions, because nowadays these electronic magazines, they hire high school and college kids to fill up. And so they go, write something, right? And so they'll come up with this. But Brent Honeywell at one point was the number one prospect in baseball. I know that to be a fact. I also believe that was well before the pandemic.
I'm just shocked they thought that, Bloom would make a move. That's more shocking to me than
if he did that, I don't think it's for a move for this year. I think it's more of a, let's see what we can get out of him down the road. I know, look, the other thing was San Diego went out and got Scott Barlow from KC, and a lot of people were big on him. He had an ERA of 5.05 before he got traded. And I don't want to hear about his spin rate. That ball's spinning over the wall is where it's spinning, okay? Sometimes these knobs fall in love with their statistics. You got to watch the damn game.
Let me ask you this. Do you feel, or do you see Bloom's big, he's always talking future. Do you see the future for the Sox being anything but mediocre?
Okay, first of all, I think they've got a pretty good offense. I really do. I think their biggest problem, and you know this, is the depth of the starting pitching. I think they've got something in Brian Bayo.
Yeah.
Obviously, Paxton's pitched well. Are they getting anything out of Sale this year? I keep hearing these rumors he's coming back. Is he really coming back?
Oh, he threw the best bullpen session of history the other day.
Let's go! It's like when I hear this crap about Michael Soroka. He's like phenomenal down on AAA. Then he comes back up again. Bing, gone forever. Bing, gone forever.
The ghost of why.
What do you want? I don't know. For him to not look like he's giving batting practice out there.
Dude, they were talking the other day. Sail through.
Oh, Marcus Stroman just went to the 15-day IL. Freak out for Cubs fans incoming. He was scheduled to pitch against the Braves this weekend. Well, bye. Anyways, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
Sailed through a bullpen session at Fenway the other day. This is what the Red Sox fans have been reduced to, as far as they said that the catchers and the coaches walked past them and said, and nodded their head and said, okay. And they're like, so yeah, it's obvious. I'm like,
Bo Bichette, by the way, was placed on the 10-day IL 30 minutes ago. So DeYoung's going to step into the starting position. I'm trying to see if there's anything else new that's come along. I don't see anything. Nope, there's nothing else. Okay, so we're all caught up there. Red Sox tonight.
They're playing right now, aren't they?
I do not know. Are they? I've got the Cleveland game on and I've got the San Diego game on. I did not know they were on it. If I'd have known that, I'd have put them on.
I'm pretty sure they 2 minutes ago.
Let me take a look. Who are they playing? I thought it was a night game. Is it not?
Seattle.
Seattle?
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah. All right. So, yeah, it's probably their getaway game. Okay. So they are. Was Bayo last night or is he tonight? I saw him on the lineup somewhere.
Oh, I want to say he pitched last night.
I'm pulling it up right now. Let me see here. This thing's taking forever. I swear, man, the MLB app, dude. What decade is this thing from? Let me see here. Red Sox. I don't see them on the docket. I know they're playing.
Yeah.
Top of the third, up 2-0. It's Gilbert on the mound for Seattle. I think Bayo is on the. He had the pitch last night or today because I've seen it recently. It might have been last night. Did y'all win last night?
Yeah, we broke a 3-game losing streak last night.
Well, then he probably pitched because that kid's got it, man. I liked him. I got to see him live. I got to see in Boston. I got to see him, and I got to see Strider up close and personal. That was those two going at it. That was impressive.
So, what was your first Fenway experience? Was it everything you thought it should be, or?
Well, if I hated the stadium, I wouldn't be wearing the Fenway hat. I don't know if you can make that up. I mean, it's a sicko hat, but it says Fenway on it. And it's got on the back. I didn't want anything with Red Sox on it because I don't want people to go, "Oh, you're a Red Sox fan?" Then I got to tell that damn story. So I found this. When I saw the Citgo behind the stadium, I told my wife, I said, "We got to go over there and get you a Coke." She's like, "Why?" I was like, "Because this is one of the most famous gas stations in the history of sport. It's got to be the most famous gas station." I'd explain that whole thing to her. By the way, the guy that owned the gas station, I asked him, I said, "Real quick, won't take up much of your day. Tell me your best Red Sox story." He said, "No, no." And then all of a sudden, whatever the hell I said triggered something. He goes, "I'll tell you what." He goes, "Manny Ramirez, very, very nice." I said, "Is he?" He told me some story of how Manny Ramirez, obviously during his playing careers, there was a charity, and I want to say it was for child's. Man, it was either cancer or it was something. It was some kind of child's charity, right? And some of it was his money, some of it was others, but regardless, he did the footwork to put it together, gave whatever this charity was $20 million. And he said that him and his son met him, nicest guy. He said super nice, and was talking to him and everything. And he was talking about how Manny was trying to tell him, goes, all these stupid players buy these cars and buy this and that. He goes, you buy houses, you buy, all the, stocks, bonds, the whole 9 yards. Right. So I guess of all the things I would have never expected, Manny Ramirez fiscally responsible.
Yeah. You wouldn't think those words would collide.
Yeah, Manny? I thought he'd have blown it all on the roulette wheel.
I didn't think the word responsible and Manny would ever collide in the same sentence.
According to the guy that owns the gas station behind Fenway.
Oh, I would know. It'd be the guy who runs the Citgo behind Fenway.
That's why I wanted to know. I asked him. I said, "Tell me your best," because
you go where the knowledge is found. Sure,
I wanted to share it with you.
He probably met Poppy and mistook him for Manny or something.
The biggest takeaway with Fenway, incredible stadium, lousy food.
Yeah, the food's bad there.
Very disappointing considering the area of the country, the nostalgia of that stadium. I mean, they need to hire me to just teach them how to cook, man. I mean, that's what it comes down to. I was trying to tell the dude making the hot dogs, like, dude, what are you doing? Because I had a few few libations going on. But I was like, what are you doing, son? He's like, what's it? These are steamed hot dogs. No. Very good hot dogs. Like, no. I just gave you $25 for junk. I was like, I know what you're thinking. Well, you got my $25. But I don't live here. If I lived here, I would never buy another single dog again. I made sure to buy them in the stadium, and I made sure to buy them out of the stadium because I wanted to be able to, to compare them. Junk. The sausage dog that they give you peppers and onions, they're solid, but they're not. It's just because sausage is awesome, right? It's got nothing to do with. But the stadium itself, I thought it was really cool. We did standing room only the second night behind home plate. That was a cool experience. Talked to a lot of folks there. In fact, I think one guy's going to be on the show. Lives in Boston, but is a Braves fan and a huge college football fan. So, but does he date a Boston girl? Oh my God! Where they're shooting the bull about sports?
No.
Oh my God! I was like, thank God Sarge didn't marry a Boston girl because she was a Boston girl, and it was basically like she had full of piss and vinegar.
Yeah.
Everything he said, she scoffed at, taking his money, she didn't want to hear anything he had to say about anything. At one point, he just looked at me. I don't want to dime him out in case one of them's listening, but he looked at me and he goes, "She's from Boston." I said, "No, you don't say." I mean, she could take Al Capone in a knife fight, dude.
Yeah.
She was straight Boston, man. I was like, wow. You would.
I'm going to go dump my boyfriend in the harbor.
Exactly. She would so get lit up in Middle Tennessee on a Saturday night bonfire. Someone would jack her quicker than I don't know what. She had attitude for everybody. I was like, oh my God, I can just see some girl down south taking her earrings off. What are you doing? Don't worry about what I'm doing. It's about to get ugly. We're about to take her for a hayride. That's what's about to go down.
She'll be able to pronounce cars when we're done with her.
Yeah. But no, I enjoyed my time. I thought it was I'll tell you what was really cool outside of the stadium. We took it was called the Freedom Pizza Tour. So there's all these freedom tours, and it's just basically showing you the history of Boston. And this one took you to 3 different pizza joints. One of them theirs, so because they're doing the tour from there. So, obviously but I'll tell you what, they had really good pizza. Joint was called Modern Pastry. I would have never thought that place would have good pizza called Modern Pastry, but solid pizza. Ernesto's was the best by far. I don't care what the hell they tell you. Some guy's named Mike. It's a sham. It's a scam. Everybody said Mike is where Ernesto's where the locals eat. Mike's is where people who are jumping on Yelp eat, right? And we did that tour, and that was really cool. You got to learn some really cool things. Because there's so much history right there, right? Obviously, we can't touch what Europe has because they're many centuries more. But it was a really cool tour, very good food. Yeah, so, and it was cool. The girl that gave us the tour, she was a Florida State grad up there studying. I want to say it wasn't Harvard, but it was one of the major colleges up there, and so that was pretty cool. She did a great job. Modern Patient, and they had a really good cannoli. Holy crap, was that cannoli good! So that's what made it more dumbfounding. You're like, why is it you gotta take 7 feet, walk this way to the stadium, the food sucks? And I drank a lot of Sam Adams because all the other had was Bud Light, and that ain't happening. We don't have to peel back that onion. So, and by the way, you could literally just swim your way through the Bud Light wall line. Backstroke. There was no one over there. I was like, man, Y'all got a great marketing department. You're really doing it big. I'll tell you one thing that they do better than Atlanta. Now, I'd say Atlanta Stadium's much nicer, but it's newer. The food's much better, but hell, we're in Dixie. Is that supposed to shock you? But their team store is much bigger and much more easier to navigate. It's huge, but then again, it's not in the stadium. It's outside the stadium.
Right across. Yeah. I've spent an enormous amount of money in there.
Yeah. The Braves Stadium, it's in the store's inside. Or it's actually like right on the cusp. It's tiny. There's actually one inside the stadium, but it seems big only because you just went into a closet from the first one. Yeah. It's not really that big, but that's the one thing that the Braves Stadium could improve. But other than that, I'll take Truist any day. But I'm glad I went. I would go again someday, but I'm as opposed to how we normally were sneaking flasks in our pocket. I'm sneaking a hot dog or a hamburger in my pocket next time. Man. I'm not eating at this joint.
It's a happening though, like right outside.
Gotta have clam chowder in the joint, man. I was like, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah, but outside the stadium before the game, you got the guy on stilts, you got the band, the jazz band.
No, don't get me wrong. It was cool. It was a cool atmosphere. I enjoyed myself. Even with the loss, I enjoyed myself. I thought that the standing room only up above right field is underrated as hell. If you get there early enough, you can get a good seat. Dude, that's a cool place.
Yeah, that view is unmatched, in my opinion.
Walk off. We're running out of time.
Hashtag fire Chaim Bloom or shoot him, something, drag him. I don't care anymore. Just I think I hate him.
I think I hate him. I think I really hate him.
I'm so sad.
Yeah, I'm not excited about what we did at the deadline, but then again, when you got the best team and you got a deep bench and a deep system, I kind of get why they didn't want to. But still, man, I still go with the one thing. My walk-off is when you've got a chance to win the whole damn thing, push your chips in. I don't give a crap about us making the playoffs the best record and going, don't even win a pennant. We better win the pennant.
It doesn't mean a thing until you get the ring.
If we don't win the pennant, I'm going to revisit this. We have to at least, it's pennant or bust. I really am thinking World Series, but you better win the pennant after the season we've had, and you didn't do anything big at the deadline. You better be right. That's all I'm going to say. All right, brother. We'll see you next week. Tomorrow, live 3 to 5. Stay tuned for the Brian Snow Show right here on WQEE, and we'll be back live 3 to 5 tomorrow. And we got the wrestling show with Joey and Tones tomorrow at the 4 o'clock hour. Have a great day, y'all. Braves win. Braves win. Your Atlanta Braves win.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Well, it's time to go. We're back tomorrow with another show. Well, unless we're fired, we'll talk to you then. Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Guys and gals, it's time to go. We'll see you on the next show.
Same bat time, same bat channel.
Thanks for listening to Braves Country with Mac Magee and the Armchair Quarterbacks on 99.1 FM WQEE, The Key in Noonan, Georgia, and simulcasting on youtube.com/@Braves Country. Braves Country comes your way weekdays, 3 p.m. Eastern to 5 p.m. Eastern. Please follow, like, and subscribe today. Armchair Quarterback Radio, your first choice for Southern sports.
Something of the 5th of September. Something of the 5th of September. She said a lot that I can't remember. Something of the 5th. Can I get another cigarette, please? Can I get another cigarette, please? Yeah, I know I live to regret it. Just give me another cigarette, please.
You're listening to WQEE 99.1 FM, The Key in Noonan, Georgia.